Chapter 2692. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice could be heard. Everyone was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang. This was because the voice came from Qin Feiyang's body. Senior King Yu. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. The owner of the voice was King Yu. Brother Qin, let me out. King Yu seemed to be in a hurry. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although he didn't know what was going on, he couldn't reject King Yu's request. As for the evil force, there was no need to worry about lunatic. Qin Feiyang made a mental move and the ancient city of King Yu flew out of his vital energy reserve. This is the ancient city of King Yu. The Beast Emperor and Yi Zhong's pupils constricted. The relationship between Qin Feiyang and King Yu was already this good. He even dared to leave the ancient city of King Yu to Qin Feiyang. This is the ancient city of King Yu. At the same time, the Crimson Shadow exclaimed. Qin Feiyang looked at the Crimson Shadow in a daze. It wasn't surprising that Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor knew the ancient city of King Yu. After all, they had fought with King Yu more than once. However, this Crimson Shadow actually knew the ancient city of King Yu too. Brother Qin, hurry. King Yu's urging voice rang out once more. Okay. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses. With a thought, King Yu's huge body appeared beside Qin Feiyang. King Yu. Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor's pupils constricted and they were on their guard. At the same time, the Crimson Shadow also became silent. Senior King Yu, Qin Feiyang was about to ask, but when he saw King Yu's expression, his eyes lit up. King Yu stared at the Crimson Shadow. There were bewilderment, joy, and nervousness in his eyes. In short, it was very complicated. Senior King Yu, what's going on? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Lunatic and asked through voice transmission. Lunatic shook his head and looked suspicious. For a moment, no one spoke here, and the place fell into a deathly silence. The young man also retracted his arm and looked curiously at the Ghost King and Blood Shadow. A long time passed. King Yu suddenly lost control of his emotions and exclaimed, Lord Father, is that you? What? Father? Qin Feiyang and the others were shocked. This Blood Shadow was King Yu's father. When Blood Shadow heard this, his body seemed to tremble as he mumbled, Child, is that you? It's really you. Father, the Ghost King instantly cried tears of joy as he threw a punch at the barrier trapping Blood Shadow. Boom. However, the barrier did not shatter. Instead, it was the Ghost King who was pushed back by the barrier. Whoosh. The Ghost King abruptly turned around and glared at the young man, his eyes flashing coldly. Senior Ghost King, don't be rash. Qin Feiyang saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly stood between King Yu and the young man. What a joke. The young man's strength was so frightening. If the Ghost King were to make a move to infuriate him, even the Ghost King would suffer a great loss. Who? The Ghost King took a deep breath and cupped his fists at the young man. Human, please let my Lord Father off. The young man was silent. The Ghost King could not help but frown. He was so polite completely on account of Qin Feiyang. If not for Qin Feiyang, he would have already made a move. As for the young man's strength, he did not know much about it but he was not afraid. Well, Qin Feiyang glanced at the young man and coughed dryly. He looked at the Ghost King and said, Senior Ghost King, I think we should clarify this matter first. What if he is not your father? No. He is, the Ghost King said. The Ghost King said. You haven't even seen his face. How do you know that he is? We'll talk about it later. Looking at him, I feel that he is more like a human. Qin Feiyang said. This was because this Blood Shadow, be it in terms of height or body shape, was very similar to a human. If he was really the Ghost King's father, his body would not be so small. No. He is my father. The Ghost King shook his head and looked at the Blood Shadow. Lord Father, show your true appearance and let them see. The Blood Shadow was silent for a long time. With a sigh, his entire body began to condense. A nose, eyes, and mouth gradually appeared. In a short while, an old man in blood-red clothes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The old man was only about 1.8 meters tall and had long blood-red hair. Even the beard on his chin was blood red. His eyes were even more bloodshot. Its father, the Ghost King, clenched his fists tightly and looked at Qin Feiyang. Do you see that? He is my father. Qin Feiyang sized up the old man. This was not a blood demon. He was simply a human. This is not father's physical body. It is father's divine soul, the Ghost King said. Divine soul? Qin Feiyang and the rest looked at each other. It turned out that it was a divine soul. If it was a divine soul, that would explain it. Because the blood demons were large in size, their divine souls were naturally extraordinary. However, such a large divine soul was really rare. Just like dragons. The divine souls of dragons were only a meter long. The divine souls of humans were even smaller. Although the divine souls of humans could transform into their own appearance, which was the same height as them, the true size of the divine soul was only the size of a baby's palm. In other words, it was a pocket-sized person. The Beast Emperor looked at the blood-red clothed old man and frowned at the Ghost King. Is he really your father? En. The Ghost King nodded. That's not right. Do you remember that when we fought once, you personally said that your father had already fallen? The Beast Emperor raised his eyebrows. This old man also remembers you saying that. Yi Zhong nodded. Yes. In this king's memories, father has indeed fallen. This king is also very puzzled now. Why is father's divine soul in this fallen valley? Father, can you tell me what's going on? The Ghost King looked at the blood-red clothed old man and said. The blood-red clothed old man's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Let's not talk so much first. Hurry up and call our clansmen to take down that lunatic. Take down the lunatic. The Ghost King's body stiffened. He turned to look at the lunatic, then at the blood-red clothed old man and asked, why? The blood-red clothed old man hesitated and shouted, don't ask so many questions. Just take him down. In any case, he is very important to me. No. The Ghost King shook his head. What? The blood-red clothed old man looked at the Ghost King in shock. It was obvious that he did not expect the Ghost King to disobey his orders. The lunatic and Qin Feiyang are both friends of the blood demon tribe. The fact that I handed the ancient city to Qin Feiyang means that we trust each other. You asked me to attack a friend. I can't do that. The Ghost King shook his head. Friend, the blood-red clothed old man looked at the Ghost King in a daze. He did not expect his own son to be friends with his opponent. This was really heaven's will. Father, if there's anything, we can sit down and talk slowly. There's no need to fight to the death. The Ghost King persuaded. Are you stupid? Is the grudge between the blood demon tribe and the dragons not deep enough? You still want to be friends with them? You've really disappointed me. The blood-red clothed old man roared. They are not dragons, the Ghost King said. The Ghost King said. What's the difference between humans and dragons? Look at Yi Zhong. He's helping the dragons do evil. All these years, many of our blood demon tribe members have died in his hand. This is what humans are like. They are more terrifying than the dragons. The blood-red clothed old man roared. No. Qin Feiyang and the lunatic are different from other humans. You have to believe me. I won't be wrong about them. The Ghost King quickly explained. The blood-red clothed old man was so angry that his body kept trembling. How could he have such a foolish son? How could he trust such hypocritical creatures like humans? Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I've always treated the Ghost King as a friend. No. To be exact, I treat him as my senior. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood-red clothed old man and said. Stop with your flowery words. The blood-red clothed old man snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and turned to the young man with a smile. Brother, can you give me some face? Brother, the corners of the young man's mouth twitched slightly as he shook his head. Don't call me brother. In terms of seniority, I'm your junior. What? Junior? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yi Zhong, Beast Emperor, Wang Ming, and the madman were all stupefied. Weren't they unrelated? Why was he Qin Feiyang's junior now? Besides, the young man's strength was so strong, so in terms of seniority, Qin Feiyang should be the young man's junior. What was the relationship between these two? Looking at everyone's reaction, the young man didn't explain further. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Since you've personally spoken, I'll spare him this time." The young man waved his hand and the barrier that trapped the blood-red clothed old man immediately dissipated. "You!" The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Why was it getting more and more ridiculous? Qin Feiyang only took it as a joke. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Thank you. Thank you." The Ghost King also smiled gratefully at the young man. However, the blood-red clothed old man wasn't grateful at all. His eyes were filled with disgust. But it wasn't just the young man alone that he hated, but also Qin Feiyang, Yi Zhong and the others. It seemed that he really hated humans and dragons to the bone. The Ghost King sighed. "Father, believe me, Qin Feiyang is really different from the lunatic." "Different?" The blood-red clothed old man sneered and looked at Qin Feiyang and the lunatic. "Do you dare enter the blood tower with me?" "Enter the blood tower?" Qin Feiyang and the lunatic immediately looked at the stone door. Wasn't entering the blood tower what they wanted? But now, they really were a little hesitant. Seeing their concerns, the Ghost King said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm here." "All right." Qin Feiyang and the lunatic nodded. Although the blood-red clothed old man couldn't be trusted, the Ghost King was absolutely trustworthy. "Then come with me." With that, the blood-red clothed old man waved his hand and disappeared into the blood tower with the Ghost King. Qin Feiyang and the lunatic looked at each other, then resolutely stepped into the blood tower. "Yang Li, let's follow them," Wang Ming shouted. Yang Li nodded. The two of them immediately rushed toward the stone door. Yi Zhong, the Beast Emperor, and the young man also walked toward the stone door with a trace of curiosity. But before they could reach the stone door slammed shut with a bang. "Chem!" The five of them stood outside the stone door in a daze. The next moment, Beast Emperor was furious and shouted, "What is the meaning of this? Why did you let Qin Feiyang and the lunatic in, but not us?" Wang Ming and the others were also very unhappy. But the stone door didn't open again, and the blood-red clothed old man ignored them. Chapter 2693. The first floor of the blood tower. This was a very large space. It was about 100 feet tall. 4 stone pillars stood at the 4 corners. The pillars were also engraved with the blood demon race's pattern. But other than these 4 stone pillars, they couldn't find anything else. It could be described with the words 4 bare walls in the house. Qin Feiyang and Madman stood in the middle and looked around curiously. "Father, this seems to be the Blood Demon Tower?" King Yu asked. "That's right. This is the Blood Demon Tower." The blood-red robed old man nodded. "Blood Demon Tower?" Qin Feiyang and Madman were slightly stunned and looked at King Yu suspiciously. "The Blood Demon Tower is the sacred artifact of my race. I remember seeing it once when I was very young. After that, the Blood Demon Tower disappeared with my father. But I didn't expect that both of them would be imprisoned in Fallen Valley." King Yu sighed. Madman nodded and asked, "Since it's the sacred artifact of your blood demon race, then this Blood Demon Tower must be extraordinary." "Of course. This Blood Demon Tower itself is a heaven-defying divine artifact." King Yu nodded. "What?" Qin Feiyang and Madman were shocked. It was actually a heaven-defying divine artifact. No wonder they couldn't break open the stone door. "Wait." Qin Feiyang suddenly waved his hand and frowned. "Isn't there a rule in the Nether King Hell that prohibits the use of heaven-defying divine artifacts?" King Yu was silent for a while and sighed. The Nether King Hell in the past didn't have such a rule. Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. The Nether King Hell in the past, other than the evil power, was actually no different from the outside world. Everyone could break through to the imperishable realm and use any heaven-defying divine artifacts. King Yu whispered. There was a yearning for the past in his expression, and there was also a trace of anger. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Madman asked, "Is it because of the dragon god?" "That's right. The one who changed everything was the dragon god. Although in the past, we have never left the Underworld King's Hell and didn't know that there was an outside world, let alone the existence of you humans, but we are very happy. Hell is also very peaceful. Everyone is worry-free. But one day, the dragon god appeared and broke the peace, speaking of which. King Yu could not help but clench his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with hatred. Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong remained silent, waiting for the rest of the story. At that time, the underworld king's hell was flourishing and prosperous. There are billions of blood demons alone. If we include the ferocious beasts, there are at least tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. You could say that we were at the peak of the infernal king hell. But, on the day the dragon god descended, all the clansmen above war god level, as well as the ferocious beasts, were all killed by the dragon god. Yu Wang said in a deep voice. All the beasts and clansmen above the war god level were killed. What is the reason? Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo were bewildered. There is no reason. King Yu shook his head. What? Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo's bodies trembled. If there is no reason, isn't that the same as killing the innocent? Yes. There is no reason. At this time, the blood-red clothed old man shook his head and sighed. Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo looked at the blood-red clothed old man. At that time, this old man was the strongest person in the infernal king's hell. My cultivation had already stepped into the perfect undead realm, the blood-red clothed old man said. Perfect undead realm? Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo were shocked. Isn't this stronger than Yi Zhong and Ancestral Dragon? As the strongest person in the infernal king's hell and the current leader of the blood demons, this old man naturally could not watch the dragon god slaughter the creatures of the infernal king's hell. At that time, this old man was the first to attack the 10 commanders of the blood demons. Each of these 10 commanders had a cultivation base of the great success undead realm. Moreover, we had a heaven-defying artifact and the power of law. Originally, we all thought that with our strength, we would definitely be able to kill the dragon god and return peace to the infernal king's hell. But when we fought, we realized how strong the dragon god was. An existence like him is not something we can defeat. In the end, the 10 commanders all died in battle, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. This old man was also seriously injured by the dragon god. My physical body was shattered, and my soul was destroyed. Only a wisp of my soul was left. And I will be trapped here forever. The blood-red clothed old man sighed. Fortunately, this king was still young and had not broken through to the war god realm. Otherwise, I would definitely have died in the dragon god's hands. Ghost King said. I see. Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo nodded in realization. They felt even more disgusted with the ice dragon. This bastard was still as unreasonable as ever. It was the same for the blood demons and them. What right did it have to kill others for no reason? What right did you have? Just because you are stronger than others, you can dictate the life and death of others? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked at the blood-red clothed old man, and asked, the statue on the top floor of the Blood Demon Tower, is it you? No. The blood-red clothed old man shook his head. It's not you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought. The blood-red clothed old man was the owner of the Blood Demon Tower. The statue on the top floor should be the blood-red clothed old man, but he didn't expect it to not be him. He is the ancestor of our Blood Demon clan. He is a very impressive figure. The Blood Demon Tower was left behind by our ancestor. The blood-red clothed old man said. Ancestor. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Do you know? Although this old man is not dead, whenever I think of my dead clansmen, this old man feels more pain than death. This blood feud is as deep as the sea. This old man is unwilling, so this old man must take revenge. And you are the key. The blood-red clothed old man suddenly turned his head and stared at Madman. I am the key. Madman was stunned. What did he mean? Qin Feiyang and King Yu also looked at the blood-red clothed old man suspiciously. This was Madman's first time entering the Nether King's hell. How could he be the key to taking revenge? Father, are you mistaken? King Yu asked. He always thought that Qin Feiyang was the hope of the Blood Demon clan, but why did he become Madman in his father's eyes? This old man must possess your body. As long as I succeed, This old man will be able to leave Fallen Valley and find the dragon god to take revenge. So, when the blood-red clothed old man said this, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. His entire body turned into a bloody mist and rushed toward Madman's head again. "Father," King Yu exclaimed. Qin Feiyang and Madman's expression changed. "No one can stop this old man." The blood-red clothed old man laughed sinisterly. He attacked Madman's sea of consciousness and crazily hit the soul-calming divine pearl. With every hit, Madman's divine soul would feel a sharp pain. Senior King Yu, Qin Feiyang looked at King Yu anxiously. King Yu's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Father, if you dare to possess him, I'll self-destruct in front of you." This represented his determination. "Fool. Do you know how important he is to our blood demon clan? You want to self-destruct? Then self-destruct. I'll take it that I don't have a son like you." The blood-red clothed old man snorted coldly. His tone was ruthless and cold. "Old fart, don't go too far." Madman roared. "If you don't stop, then don't blame me for being impolite." Qin Feiyang's expression was also grim. "This has nothing to do with you. You entered the Nether King's hell to seek wealth. As long as you don't interfere, this old man will give you a few heaven-defying divine artifacts." The blood-red clothed old man shouted. "Heaven-defying divine artifacts," Qin Feiyang muttered and shook his head. "If it were anyone else, they might be tempted, but it's useless against me." Nine-leaf fire lotus. At that moment, Qin Feiyang activated his battle soul. But soon after, his expression froze as he exclaimed, "What's going on?" Because the nine-leaf fire lotus did not appear. "Haha, you don't know, do you? This Blood Demon Tower has a terrifying ability. As long as you're in the Blood Demon Tower, you won't be able to activate your divine art or battle soul." The blood-red clothed old man laughed loudly. "What? There's such an ability?" Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. He turned to look at King Yu and asked, "Is that true?" "Yes." King Yu nodded. "Damn it." Qin Feiyang was furious. He tried to activate his red sword soul again, but it still could not be activated. "It's useless. No one can break this ability of the Blood Demon Tower." King Yu shook his head. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. As it turned out, it was a trap for him and Madman to enter the Blood Demon Tower. "Father, please, let him go. He's our friend. When I was young, didn't you always teach me to treat my friends with sincerity?" King Yu roared. "Friends also depend on who they are. If they're our clansmen, naturally, we have to treat them well. But the dragons and humans, they're foreigners. They're our enemies, we have to be cruel to our enemies." The blood-clad old man smiled viciously. "They're different. Can I kneel and beg you?" King Yu's huge body fell to his knees with a loud thud. However, the blood-clad old man was indifferent. King Yu looked at Qin Feiyang. His eyes were filled with self-blame. "Senior King Yu, this isn't your fault." Qin Feiyang shook his head and heaved a long sigh. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground. Boom. At this moment, waves of divine consciousness shot out from the top of his head and surged toward Madman's sea of consciousness. "I'll help you," Qin Feiyang bellowed, and his divine sense frantically rushed towards the blood mist formed by the blood-red clothed old man. "Ha ha," Madman laughed loudly. He also activated his divine consciousness and pounced toward the blood-clad old man. Like moths flying into a flame, his divine consciousness shattered one after another. But the two did not give up. Even if their divine consciousness was exhausted, they still had to fight the blood-clad old man to the end. The blood-clad old man shouted at King Yu, who was kneeling outside, "What are you still doing? Quickly take this opportunity to kill Qin Feiyang." King Yu lowered his head, struggling in his heart. On one side was his father. On the other side was his friend. How should he choose? "Idiot, idiot." The blood-clad old man roared at Qin Feiyang and Madman. "Let's see how much divine consciousness you have. Let's see how long this artifact can protect you." An invisible battle unfolded in Madman's sea of consciousness. Chapter 2694. Pu. As their divine senses continued to shatter, Qin Feiyang and the madmen's faces became paler and paler. Blood kept coming out of their mouths. The gap between the two of them and the old man was too big. They couldn't block the old man's attacks at all. Gradually, their divine senses became weaker and weaker, and they felt dizzy in their minds. What's going on? There are rules in hell that forbid the use of heaven-defying divine items. But why does the Blood Demon Tower retain such a heaven-defying ability? The madmen roared. If they could activate their battle souls, the Nine-Leaf Fire Lotus and the Red Sword Soul would definitely be able to help them. Because the Blood Demon Tower is an exception. When the Dragon God sealed the Blood Demon Tower here, he didn't have the ability to seal it. In other words, although the Blood Demon Tower can't be revived, it still has this ability. I advise you to give up. No matter what you do, it's useless. The old man laughed cruelly. Pu. Before he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. The madman was the same. He felt dizzy in his mind. This was the sign of overusing his divine sense. You think you can stop me with just the two of you? You overestimate yourselves. The old man laughed and pounced on the madman's divine sense again. The defensive barrier formed by the soul-anchoring divine pearl gradually collapsed under the repeated attacks. If this continued, the soul-anchoring divine soul's defense would collapse sooner or later. At that time, the madman's body would definitely be possessed. What should we do? Qin Feiyang got up from the ground and looked at the madman anxiously. Was there really no way to stop him? If the young man, Wang Ming, and the others were here, they would definitely stop the old man. But now, everyone was blocked outside. They probably didn't even know what was going on here. Crack. Dozens of breaths later, the sound of something breaking could be heard. A crack appeared on the soul-anchoring divine pearl. "Ha, break for me." The old man roared and slammed into the pearl again. The soul-anchoring divine pearl finally reached its limit and broke into pieces. "Let's see who can stop me now." The old man laughed and pounced on the madman's divine sense. Madman immediately hugged his head and screamed miserably. A deadly sense of danger rose in his heart. He could even clearly feel that the old man in crimson attire was robbing his consciousness and fusing with his spirit. Let's do it again. Qin Feiyang made up his mind, and his divine soul flew out from the top of his head. Brother Qin, you can't. Seeing this, King Yu's body and mind trembled as he shouted. Obviously, Qin Feiyang wanted to use his divine sense to stop his father. But you have to know. Qin Feiyang's divine soul was no match for his father's divine soul. Doing so would only bring about his own destruction. Although I might die if I do this, I can't just watch the madman get possessed. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. His divine soul turned into a stream of light and flew towards the top of madman's head. You're courting death. The old man in crimson attire sneered. When Qin Feiyang's divine soul entered the madman's sea of consciousness, the old man in crimson attire released a blood mist and blasted it towards Qin Feiyang's divine soul. Boom! His divine soul was instantly shattered. Qin Feiyang's body also shook violently, and blood spurted out uncontrollably. It was just a meeting, but his divine soul was shattered. Go to hell! The old man in crimson attire was murderous. Qin Feiyang also suddenly felt a deadly sense of danger. But at this moment, a blood light gushed out from the bottom of the blood tower and rushed into the madman's sea of consciousness like lightning and blasted towards the old man in crimson attire. The old man in crimson attire screamed on the spot and immediately fled in horror. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and the madman were stunned. Where did this blood light come from? Before they could react, the blood light rushed out of the madman's sea of consciousness and disappeared under the blood tower. The Ghost King saw the blood light rush out from the ground and disappear with his own eyes, and his eyes were filled with shock. Damn it, why did you stop me? It's been so many years, and you still can't forget him? Don't forget, I'm your master now. The old man in crimson attire suddenly roared. He was looking at the blood tower. Could it be that the Blood Demon Tower helped them? Qin Feiyang was stunned. His shattered divine soul returned to his sea of consciousness, and he immediately felt dizzy. Although his divine soul was shattered, it didn't shatter. Qin Feiyang clenched his teeth and tried to maintain his consciousness as he looked at the old man in crimson attire. He looked at the old man in crimson attire who was hysterical and unwilling, and then looked at the Blood Demon Tower, his eyes filled with suspicion. After the madman woke up, he also looked at the Blood Demon Tower in confusion. What's going on? Why would the Blood Demon Tower help him? Boom. Suddenly, the ground under the four people's feet shook violently. Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the Ghost King hurriedly looked at the ground. What's going on? Swish. The next moment, an invisible force surged. Qin Feiyang and the other three people's bodies suddenly became light and disappeared from the Blood Tower. At the same time, outside, the ground was also shaking. The young man, Yi Zhong, the Beast Emperor, and Wang Ming were also bewildered at this moment. Moreover, the momentum was getting louder and louder. Swish. Suddenly, four figures appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and the other three people. Wang Ming and Yang Li immediately ran up and asked in surprise, "Young Lord, what's going on?" "I don't know either." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The ground around them was shaking as if there was an earthquake. Boom. All of a sudden, the stone door of the Blood Demon Tower opened automatically. A terrifying suction force surged out from it. "Be careful." Wang Ming and the other two people's expressions changed as they hurriedly protected Qin Feiyang and the madman behind them. At that moment, the group of people was trapped in the strong wind and huge waves like a Category 12 typhoon. However, with their cultivation, they could still withstand it. However, the evil force around them was crazily surging toward the Blood Demon Tower. If one looked down from the sky at this moment, they would see a shocking scene. The evil force in the entire Fallen Valley was surging toward the Blood Demon Tower. The endless evil force gathered together from all directions like waves of blood. The Ghost King looked at the blood-red clothed old man and asked, "Father, do you know what's going on?" However, the blood-red clothed old man was silent as he stared at the evil force that was constantly surging toward the Blood Demon Tower with a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. "Don't be careless." Qin Feiyang reminded the madman and Wang Ming beside him, then took out a life pill and threw it into his mouth. The life pill had the effect of repairing the soul. As he silently repaired his soul, he looked around vigilantly. Roar. In the distance. Suddenly, there was a roar. "This is the roar of the blood puppet." The Beast Emperor was bewildered. "I can actually hear fear in their roars," Wang Ming said in disbelief. "Could it be the evil force in the entire Fallen Valley is surging toward here?" Yang Li frowned. Time passed bit by bit. After about 2 hours, Yang Li suddenly pointed behind him and shouted, "Look!" Everyone turned their heads to look, and their expressions froze. The evil force was surging toward them from behind, but through the evil force, they could already see the mountains and the earth outside. Furthermore, they saw that dozens of blood puppets had lost their evil force and died on their own, turning into ashes. Could it be that the Blood Demon Tower had really absorbed all the evil force in the entire Fallen Valley? About 10 breaths later, as the last wave of evil force surged into the Blood Demon Tower, the surroundings became clear. In front of them was a barren land. Apart from the blood puppets, there were no other living creatures. However, at this moment, the blood puppets were dying on their own, turning into ashes one by one. The most important thing was, there was no longer any trace of evil force in the surrounding void. In other words, the Blood Demon Tower had indeed devoured all the evil force in the Fallen Valley. What the hell is going on? But until now, no one had figured it out. Boom. Suddenly, a series of loud rumbling sounds suddenly rang out. The ground trembled even more violently. Moreover, cracks appeared on the ground. Qin Feiyang and the others hurriedly looked at the Blood Demon Tower and found that it was rising from the ground at this moment. Everyone was surprised. The blood-robed old man, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stared at the Blood Demon Tower and roared, "You can't do this, your current master is me." "What?" Everyone looked at the blood-robed old man suspiciously. However, the blood-robed old man turned a blind eye and stared at the Blood Demon Tower with a furious expression. Clang. It was also at this moment, another loud sound suddenly rang out. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked at the madman. The madman himself was also surprised. Whoosh! Suddenly, a divine light swept out from the madman's body and appeared in the sky. It was also an ancient tower. It was blood-red in color and was 100 feet tall. However, there was only one flaw and it emitted a terrifying aura. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, "Senior brother madman, what are you?" "This is my space divine object." The madman transmitted his voice. "What? Space divine object?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. "Then why did this space divine object of yours come out by itself?" "I don't know." The madman shook his head. "You can't do this. I am your master. You can't betray me. Stop. Otherwise, the rule force will destroy you." The blood-robed old man's expression became more and more ferocious as he roared again and again. "Betray?" Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other with a puzzled expression. What was this old man shouting about? Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and the words rule force appeared in their minds at the same time. Immediately after, the two of them looked up at the sky. The Blood Demon Tower was a heaven-defying divine artifact. Now that such a huge commotion had occurred, wouldn't it attract the rule force? Clang! Just as Qin Feiyang and the madman were worried, accompanied by a loud sound, the space divine object of the madman actually took the initiative to rush toward the Blood Demon Tower. Immediately after, a scene that made everyone dumbfounded appeared. The madman's space divine object actually landed directly at the top of the Blood Demon Tower. As a bloody light appeared, the two actually fused together. At this moment, the Blood Demon Tower that originally only had 9 floors turned into 10. Chapter 2695. A 10-story Blood Demon Tower. Could it be? This is the complete appearance of the Blood Demon Tower? Qin Feiyang whispered. In other words, my divine spatial artifact is actually a part of the Blood Demon Tower? Madman was stunned. It seems like that should be the case. That's strange. The Blood Demon Tower is a sacred artifact of the Blood Demon race. Even if it was lost, it should be in hell. But why would it run to the ancient world and be obtained by you? Qin Feiyang frowned with a puzzled expression. You're asking me, but who should I ask? Madman rolled his eyes. After the Blood Demon Tower fused, an even more terrifying aura erupted. This is the aura of a heaven-defying divine artifact. What's going on with the Blood Demon Tower? It's actually releasing its aura. Is it provoking the power of laws? Madman's expression changed. Boom. The next moment, winds and clouds surged in the sky. The power of falling poured down like a waterfall, carrying with it an apocalyptic aura. Sure enough, it attracted the power of laws. Qin Feiyang and Madman's gazes trembled. Retreat! King Yu shouted. The group of people immediately retreated. However, after retreating a few steps, Madman stopped and his expression became extremely ugly. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Madman looked at the power of laws descending from the sky and murmured, "The aura of this power of laws is locked onto me." What? It's you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why was the aura locked on to Madman? Shouldn't it be the Blood Demon Tower? Could it be because of Madman's divine spatial artifact? Madman was the owner of the divine spatial artifact, so the power of laws was targeted at him. What should we do now? Wang Ming and Madman were burning with anxiety. Haha, this is the consequence of betraying me. All of you, go to hell. The old man in blood-red clothes retreated while laughing wildly, his eyes full of gloating. Qin Feiyang glanced at the old man in blood-red clothes, then at Wang Ming and Madman. You guys leave first. What about you guys? The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman. Rule force. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, "We'll be fine. Let's leave quickly." All right. Wang Ming and Yang Li took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and Yang Li, then turned around and fled as fast as lightning. Sometimes, they really felt that this young lord was very foolish. But sometimes, he admired him. He clearly knew that there was danger, but for his friends and brothers, he was willing to risk everything. In today's world of intrigue, it was hard to find someone like him. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the rule force had already landed in mid-air. Although I don't know what's going on, I'm sure that you have some sort of relationship with the Blood Demon Tower. Quickly, it retracts its aura and enters a self-sealing state, Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Boom. Clang. Following closely, the nine-leaf fire lotus and the crimson sword soul appeared. I'm counting on you. Qin Feiyang bowed. Is he stupid? He's actually bowing to his own battle soul. The blood-red old man sneered. King Yu frowned and shouted, Father, can you shut up? What are you doing? How dare you shout at me? The blood-red old man said angrily. You don't understand Qin Feiyang at all. You don't know how terrifying these two battle souls are. Let me tell you. Even the dragon god is wary of Qin Feiyang's two battle souls. King Yu roared. What? Even the dragon god is wary of them. The blood-red old man was stunned. He frowned and said, Are you trying to fool me? King Yu said, You'll know later whether I'm fooling you or not. He couldn't be bothered to explain further. He didn't know why his father had become like this. Where did the honorable and kind-hearted father go? It felt so strange. Clang. Following Qin Feiyang's words, the two fighting souls soared into the sky, and their divine might shattered the surroundings. Boom. In an instant, the two battle souls collided with the rule force. Immediately, under the blood-red old man's shocked gaze, the rule force was instantly annihilated. This, Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor were also shocked. In fact, they all knew that these two battle souls were very heaven-defying. Because back in the inner sea, they could even block the sword light of the sovereign weapon again and again. However, they had never imagined that these two war souls would be able to destroy the Nether King's Hell's rule force so easily. At the same time, Frenzy also looked at the Blood Demon Tower and shouted, Why aren't you entering the self-sealing state? It seemed to be useful. The Blood Demon Tower floated in the void and quickly retracted its aura. In an instant, it entered Frenzy's body. Frenzy was stunned. He thought that after the spatial divine item merged with the Blood Demon Tower, he would lose this spatial divine item. But he didn't expect that the Blood Demon Tower would be brought over. In other words, the Blood Demon Tower chose him. In the future, he would be the owner of the Blood Demon Tower. Is this a blessing in disguise? Qin Feiyang also looked at Frenzy in astonishment. Obviously. Frenzy grinned and said, I am now a person with a heaven-defying divine item. Let's see who dares to be arrogant in front of me in the future. Boom. In the sky, there was another loud explosion. Frenzy's expression stiffened. He looked up at the sky and saw another wave of rule force descending. Moreover, the aura was still locked onto him. It seems that it won't be easy for you to take away this heaven-defying divine item. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Frenzy said, That depends on you. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This time, he didn't get any benefits from entering the Fallen Valley. It all went into Frenzy's pocket. And now, he had to help Frenzy wipe his butt. Uncomfortable. Look at you, you seem to have suffered a great loss. Frenzy rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and said, With this Blood Demon Tower, I don't need any other divine items. Huh? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Why are you so stupid? What I mean is, I will give you the divine item in the iron box. Frenzy rolled his eyes. Really? Qin Feiyang said. Nonsense. Would I joke with you like this? Let's talk about it later. Isn't that iron box in your universe ring now? Frenzy was speechless. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Senior brother Frenzy is really generous. Stop flattering me. Frenzy stared at him and looked up at the sky, saying in a deep voice, Hurry up and think of a way. The Blood Demon Tower had already entered a self-sealing state, but the rule force was still descending. This meant that it wouldn't stop until he was killed. Therefore, they had to solve it thoroughly. Otherwise, if the rule force continued to descend, they would be bombarded by the rule force. It was fine for a short period of time, but after a long period of time, even the two war souls might not be able to withstand it. Yes, we have to solve it thoroughly. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked up at the two war souls. Could it work? Roar. Accompanied by an earth-shattering beast roar, the flaming beast shadow rushed out from the sword soul. Clang. Immediately after, The red sword soul carried the flaming beast shadow and blasted towards the sky. The power of laws instantly disintegrated and shattered like withered trees. From afar, the red sword soul was like a divine weapon that could destroy the world. The fire beast soul was like an ancient beast, its ferocious might shaking the heavens. Boom! In an instant, the sword soul and beast soul blasted into the sky, and a huge hole suddenly appeared in the sky. This was the rhythm of piercing through the sky. So terrifying. The blood-red clothed old man looked at this scene and couldn't help but tremble. Thinking back, even when he was at the peak of the undead stage, he couldn't shatter the rule force of hell. And this human, he was only at the initial 9 heavens realm, but he could actually crush the rule force. What kind of monster was he? Sigh. The Beast Emperor looked at the hole in the sky and then looked at Qin Fei Yang with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. This young man had already risen. He could even predict the future of the ancient world. This man would definitely affect the entire ancient world. Perhaps, it was really a mistake to be enemies with this man. Roar. Clang. In the sky, the sword soul and beast soul were imposing, as if they were going to kill their way to the sky and find Ice Dragon. Swoosh. At this moment, a blurry figure walked out of the hole. Dragon God. King Yu's gaze trembled. The blood-red clothed old man was also shocked. But then, his eyes were filled with resentment. Greetings, Lord Dragon God. Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor immediately bowed. Wang Ming and Beast Soul looked at each other and lowered their heads, looking extremely respectful. Even Lunatic had a hint of respect between his brows. Only Qin Fei Yang didn't have any respect. Wait a minute. There was also the young man. The young man looked at Ice Dragon with a hint of a smile in his eyes. I'm sorry, I accidentally made some noise and startled you. Qin Fei Yang looked at Ice Dragon and smiled faintly. Just as Qin Fei Yang spoke, the 9-leaf fire lotus floating in the sky flew to Qin Fei Yang's side with a whoosh. 9 fire lotus leaves fell off and turned into 9 fiery red shields, protecting Qin Fei Yang and Lunatic inside. Accidentally? Ice Dragon's face darkened when he heard that, and he said angrily, I think you did it on purpose. How is that possible? If it wasn't for this bullshit rule force, why would I make such a big commotion? Qin Fei Yang said. Bullshit rule force? King Yu, Beast Emperor, and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Only Qin Fei Yang would dare to say such contemptuous word. Ice Dragon was silent. His expression couldn't be seen, let alone know what he was thinking. You came here personally but didn't say anything. It's not in line with your character, Qin Fei Yang said. I'll endure it. Ice Dragon let out a long breath and said in a deep voice, you shouldn't have come to Fallen Valley, and you shouldn't have cared about the Blood Demon race. Interesting. So you're allowed to slaughter them, but I'm not allowed to help them? Qin Fei Yang raised his eyebrows. Ice Dragon raised his eyebrows and said, I won't talk about these useless things with you. As long as you don't regret it. What does he mean? Lunatic was suspicious. How would I know? Qin Fei Yang thought to himself. Why did it feel like Ice Dragon was implying something? That's all I have to say. You're on your own. With that, Ice Dragon disappeared without a trace. He left just like that. The group of people was stunned. They all thought that Ice Dragon would definitely be angry and even fight. However, throughout the entire process, he didn't get angry and didn't say much before leaving. What was going on? Chapter 2697. After the Ice Dragon left, the power of rules did not descend again. Heaven and earth gradually calmed down. The special evil force in Fallen Valley no longer existed. Now, it looked like an ordinary canyon. And with the disappearance of the evil force, there was not a single blood puppet left. All of them self-destructed and turned into ashes. Obviously, without this special evil force, the blood puppets would not be able to survive. You can already fly. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded, breaking the silence. Qin Fei Yang and Madman came back to their senses and turned their heads to see Wang Ming standing in the air with a face full of joy. You can fly. The two looked at each other and also rose into the air. It was really possible. In other words, the force that prevented living beings from flying had disappeared. Strange. Why did this force disappear? Madman frowned. It can't be related to the Blood Demon Tower, Qin Feiyang said. Blood Demon Tower? Madman was stunned. Look, it's the Blood Demon Tower that absorbed all the evil force, right? After the evil force disappeared, all the blood puppets here also disappeared. And, as the Blood Demon Tower entered your body, the force that shrouded Fallen Valley also dissipated. Doesn't all this mean that it's related to the Blood Demon Tower? Qin Feiyang said. According to what you said, Fallen Valley was already in the Blood Demon Tower? Madman was stunned. It should be like this. Qin Feiyang nodded. Inside the Blood Demon Tower, one could not activate the God Arts and Battle Soul. Outside, one could not fly. This heaven-defying artifact seemed to be very powerful, but the most terrifying thing was not these abilities, but the evil force that was absorbed by the Blood Demon Tower. That evil force was completely different from the evil force outside. Even the Blood Demon clan could not absorb it. Moreover, once eroded by this evil force, one would become a blood puppet. This was a very terrifying ability. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Beast Emperor looked around and suddenly soared into the air, turning into a stream of light and breaking through the air. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and shouted, Wang Ming, Yang Li, stop him. Whoosh! Wang Ming and the other two instantly teleported to block Beast Emperor from the front and back. Bastard! Who gave you the guts to stop me? The Beast Emperor shouted. Wang Ming said with a smile, of course it was young Lord who gave us the courage. Old thing. If it was in the past, we might have been afraid of you. After all, you're a great success, Immortal. But now, even if we return to the Divine Prefecture, we have nothing to fear. Yang Li sneered. The Beast Emperor's physical body was destroyed, and his divine soul was shattered. He had taken over someone else's body. It was better in the Underworld King's hell. This was because Wang Ming and Yang Li's cultivation had been suppressed to the Great Perfection 9th Heaven stage. But once they left hell and returned to Shinju, Wang Ming and Qin Haodong would instantly return to peak condition. With their strength, it was still possible for them to wipe out the Beast Emperor's soul. Therefore, the current Beast Emperor could no longer intimidate them. The Beast Emperor's expression was extremely ugly. His former subordinate had become his mortal enemy. What a joke. But the key point was, there was nothing he could do. What to do? He was afraid that Qin Feiyang would attack him, so he wanted to escape when no one was paying attention. However, he didn't expect Qin Feiyang to react so quickly. Swoosh! Suddenly, Yi Zhong took a step forward, looked at Wang Ming and Yang Li, and said in a deep voice, what if I join in? Wang Ming and Yang Li raised their eyebrows and couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang. Yi Zhong was Qin Feiyang's prey, so they didn't dare to touch him. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong, then at the Beast Emperor, and finally at Wang Ming and Yang Li. He reminded them, without my permission, no one is allowed to leave. Understood. The two nodded and looked at Yi Zhong and the Beast Emperor with sneers in their eyes. Obviously, young Lord had already decided to lay his cards on the table. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and took out the ancient city of Qingyu. He erased the blood contract and walked up to Qingyu. Senior, I'll return this to you. Qingyu caught the ancient city of Qingyu and looked at Qin Feiyang with an apologetic expression. You don't have to blame yourself. We'll always be friends. Nothing will change that. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you. Qingyu smiled gratefully. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man in blood-red clothes next to him and said indifferently, I can let you off once more for Senior Qingyu's sake, but remember, this is the last time. If you dare to scheme against us again, I'm sorry. Even if you're Senior Qingyu's father, I'll make you pay a heavy price. Murderous intent flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. The old man in blood-red clothes narrowed his eyes. Although the other party was only at initial 9 Heavens realm, he felt a great sense of danger. It was as if he was being stared at by the god of death. He couldn't help but panic. Brother Qin, don't worry. I'll definitely persuade my father in the future. I also believe that after seeing your ability, he won't act recklessly again. Qingyu transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Aya, don't just stand there. Suddenly, Frenzy shouted. What's the matter? Qin Feiyang and King Yu turned to look at Frenzy. There's no evil force here now, nor are there any blood puppets. Moreover, it can fly. With such a good opportunity, of course, we have to quickly search Fallen Valley. Frenzy said. That's right. Qin Feiyang slapped his head and almost forgot about the important matter. Because of the young man, they didn't carefully search Fallen Valley later and went straight to the depths. Therefore, there were still many divine items that hadn't been discovered. King Yu waved his hand and the 10 commanders appeared. He shouted, "Search Fallen Valley immediately." Yes. The 10 of them replied respectfully before dispersing in all directions. Search with divine sense. Frenzy reminded. Divine sense. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It turns out that it's because of that evil force that erodes divine sense, so it can't be used. But now that the evil force has disappeared, divine sense can naturally come in handy. Frenzy smiled. That's good. Qin Feiyang smiled. Using divine sense to search was much more convenient and the efficiency was much higher than before. With the cultivation of the 10 commanders, it didn't take long to search the entire Fallen Valley. There's a discovery. This is the aura of a seal. Soon. Shuedie's excited voice came from afar. The aura of a seal. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at each other. This must be a heaven-defying divine item. Suddenly, the two of them seemed to have thought of something and looked at the young man beside them at the same time. But unexpectedly, hearing Shuedie's voice, the young man didn't react at all. And his whole person once again entered that listless and yawning state. Let's go, the young man said. The snow python that was lying on his shoulder immediately jumped down and its body expanded in the wind. In just a moment, a snow python that was hundreds of feet long appeared. The young man took a step forward and walked onto the snow python's back. Where are you going? Qin Feiyang asked. Just strolling around. After saying that, the young man lay on the snow python's back and closed his eyes to take a nap. The snow python also rose into the air and flew into the distance. The Nether King's hell will only open for 1,000 years. Remember to go to the Godfiend Square. Qin Feiyang hurriedly reminded him. We know. You be careful too. The young man of the snow python gang replied and disappeared into the sky without looking back. Looking at the back view of the snow python and the young man, King Yu asked suspiciously, Brother Qin, who exactly is he? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You don't know? Qin Feiyang's answer surprised King Yu. Yes. But I know that he is an existence that can't be provoked. Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing this, King Yu raised his head again and looked at the young man. He murmured, he is indeed very strong. So what if he is strong? The world is heartless. Even an existence like the ancestor can fall, let alone him. Sooner or later, he will become a speck of dust in this world. The blood-red-clothed old man snorted. Ancestor, King Yu was stunned. He turned to look at the blood-red-clothed old man and asked curiously, how strong is the ancestor? How did he fall? The blood-red-clothed old man said, you are not qualified to know these things. King Yu couldn't help but frown. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood-red-clothed old man. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said inwardly, Senior Brother Frenzid, could the giant you saw twice be the Blood Demon tribe's progenitor? I don't know. Crazy shook his head. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and turned to look at the blood-red-clothed old man. He said, have you entered the evil moon? The blood-red-clothed old man said, you want to ask me if I know the origin of the blood bead in the evil moon? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Of course I know. But why should I tell you? Actually, I can tell you, but you have to return the Blood Demon Tower to me. The blood-red-clothed old man sneered. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and said, Senior Brother Crazy, be careful. Maybe he hasn't given up on possessing you. Why should I be afraid of him? Didn't you see it in the Blood Demon Tower? Even the Blood Demon Tower is helping me. Not to mention that the Blood Demon Tower is in my body now. He definitely doesn't have the guts. But then again, why would the Blood Demon Tower help me? And why would they abandon this old thing and follow me? Crazy mumbled. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Could it be that you are related to the ancestor of the blood demon tribe? How is that possible? Like you, this is my first time entering the Nether King's hell." Crazy was speechless. "That's true." Qin Feiyang nodded, thought for a while, and said, "Then have you obtained any inheritance or something like that?" Inheritance? Crazy thought for a while and shook his head. "No." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Then where did you get that spatial divine item?" "It was given to me by the old senior who taught me the heaven-defying technique." Crazy transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang said, "Then let's go find him." "Find him?" Crazy was taken aback. "That's right. He taught you the heaven-defying technique and gave you this spatial divine item. He even told you that you must enter the Nether King's hell if you have the chance." "What does this mean?" "It means that he definitely knows your relationship with the Nether King's hell," Qin Feiyang said. "Makes sense." Crazy nodded, pondered for a moment, and said, "When we return to the Divine Land, accompany me to the northern region. Let's go find him." "He's in the northern region?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes." Madman nodded slightly. Chapter 2698. He's in the northern region, but he knows about hell. "It seems that this person isn't simple," Qin Feiyang whispered. "To be able to give me a divine art and a space divine object, he definitely isn't a simple person. It's just that I don't know much about him. As far as I can remember, I've only met him 3 times. The first time was when he gave me a space divine object. The second time was when he gave me a heaven-defying divine weapon. The third time was when he sent me off before I came to Divine Land." Madman said, "I really want to meet this mysterious person now." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "Now?" Madman was speechless. "Let's not talk about this for now. How do we deal with Yi Zhong and Beast Emperor?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he looked at Yi Zhong and Beast Emperor. He then walked over to Wang Ming's side. Yi Zhong immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You've really put in a lot of effort to get close to me. Do you think I want to?" "To be honest, I was forced to go to the Dragon God's Hall." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Who forced you?" Yi Zhong frowned. "Who else could it be?" "My 2 ancestors." Qin Feiyang was helpless. Yi Zhong said, "Why did they want you to go to the Dragon God's Hall?" Qin Feiyang said, "Someone as smart as you shouldn't have thought of it. I'm not in the mood to guess with you." Yi Zhong said in a deep voice. "All right. First, the Divine Stone of Fate. Second, you." The 2 ancestors said that they had to drag you to the Dragon Slayer Hall no matter what. Qin Feiyang said, "The Divine Stone of Fate." Yi Zhong's heart skipped a beat. This thing was extremely important. Once Qin Feiyang obtained the Divine Stone of Fate, it would be equivalent to controlling the fate of everyone in the Dragon God's Hall. This was to disintegrate the power of the dragons, because the Dragon God's Hall was the most powerful force under the dragons. But drag him into the Dragon Slayer Hall? When Yi Zhong thought of this, he could not help but laugh. "Do you think that's possible? Although we haven't known each other for a long time, I know your temper. It's impossible for you to enter the Dragon Slayer Hall willingly. Also, is a person's is. Qin Feiyang is uses s, use tss a sssssssse where I is here. Like Wang Ming and Yang Li, they are subordinates of Venerable Beast and Venerable Cloud." Qin Feiyang said. "Qin, you think you have the qualifications to make this old man work for you?" Yi Zhong said furiously. No. You're not the one serving me. I'm the one serving you. As long as you leave the dragons, you'll still be my most respected master. I won't force you to do anything." Qin Feiyang said. "Who do you think you are? Do I need you to serve me?" Yi Zhong shouted. "Why do you have to do this? As I said before, dragons bring disaster to the world. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Why do you have to let your name go down in history for the sake of dragons? Even if you don't think for yourself, think for Yi Shu'er and the old man. They're under pressure too. Do you know why they live in seclusion deep in the mountains? Isn't it because they're afraid of being criticized behind their backs? Why can't you figure it out when even your brother can?" Qin Feiyang sighed. My brother. Yi Zhong was stunned and said angrily, what did you do to Yi Cheng? I didn't do anything to him. He's definitely living a good life now. Furthermore, I have also treated him like an elder. Qin Feiyang said. Where is he? Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily. He's trying to break through to the imperishable stage in the castle. I also helped him open all the doors of potential. To be honest, I saved the old man because of Yi Cheng. Qin Feiyang said. Yi Cheng, you're stupid. Yi Zhong howled with grief. Wasn't being with Qin Feiyang the same as betraying the dragons? If this matter were to be known by the dragon race, his Yi family would definitely be met with a calamity. It's useless to shout now. Even if Yi Cheng hears it, he won't be able to come out. We'll talk about it later. I think he's smart. The dragons are no longer the same as before. It's only a matter of time before they're destroyed. If you continue to follow the dragons, you'll only lose your reputation. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Not the same as before. Yi Zhong shook his head and smiled. Do you think the dragons will decline after you snatched their heaven-defying divine weapon? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Of course I'm not that naive. The dragons have the sovereign divine weapon and the terrifying existence of the dragon god. But you have to believe in one thing. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Whether it's a family, a sect, or a world, if you want to rule for a long time, you must first win the hearts of the people. But the dragons don't have these 2 points. Not only that, but they've angered the people and gods, and complaints are everywhere. The dragons have lost the hearts of the people. No matter how deep their foundation is, there will be a day when they'll be defeated. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Stupid, laughable. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang, his face full of mockery. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, at least it's better than being spurned by others. That's right. Even if we die in battle, our names will go down in history and will be worshipped by the people. What about you? Even if you continue to live in this world, you'll only be a lowly, undignified, pitiful worm. Madman walked to Qin Feiyang's side and said. And who are you? Yi Zhong looked at Madman gloomily. Madman said proudly, I'm from the 9-Heaven Palace of the North region. 9-Heaven Palace? Yi Zhong raised his eyebrows and shouted, you're leading 9-Heaven Palace to destruction. Wrong. I'm leading 9-Heaven Palace to glory. This is also the wish of everyone in 9-Heaven's Palace. Let me tell you. The beings of the 4 regions hate dragons more than the beings of the divine land. Dragons are already rats on the street. Madman snorted. Yi Zhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said, so, if this old man doesn't bow to you today, I won't be able to leave here alive. You can't say that. Although the 2 ancestors said that if I can't convince you, I'll kill you, but to be honest, I really don't want to hurt you. I won't let you make a decision now. I'll give you some time to think about it. You didn't hear wrong. You can leave now. I won't stop you. Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong couldn't help but frown. Don't think of me as such a despicable person. I won't use Yi Cheng to threaten you. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Yi Zhong looked deeply at Qin Feiyang, then turned to the Beast Emperor and said, let's go. Hearing this, the Beast Emperor couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why? Yi Zhong looked at him suspiciously. You don't understand. The Beast Emperor shook his head and sighed. Qin Feiyang also said, you can leave, but he can't. Why? Yi Zhong raised his eyebrows. Because he's one of the 4 sovereigns of the dragon-slaying palace, the Beast Emperor. Qin Feiyang said. What? Yi Zhong stared at the Beast Emperor in surprise. Looking at Yi Zhong's eyes, the Beast Emperor sighed deeply and nodded. Yes, it's me. Yi Zhong couldn't believe it. This person who had been on good terms with him and had always been loyal to the dragon sovereign was actually a sovereign of the dragon-slaying palace. This was a nightmare for Yi Zhong. The Beast Emperor knew the dragons too well. He also finally understood why the dragon-slaying palace could avoid the dragon's pursuit. It turned out that the Beast Emperor was a spy. Actually, you know Supreme Cloud too. She's the chief pavilion master of the treasure pavilion. Qin Feiyang said. What? Yi Zhong's eyes trembled. One lurked beside the dragon sovereign. One controlled at least half of the resources of the ancient world. And they were all leaders of the dragon-slaying palace. Terrifying, really terrifying. No wonder the dragon-slaying palace could develop so quickly. It turned out that they had the support of the treasure pavilion. The Beast Emperor looked at Yi Zhong, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "We can slowly resolve the grudge between us, but Yi Zhong must not leave. Tell me your reason." Qin Feiyang said, "Tell him everything. When he goes back and reports to the Dragon Sovereign, won't the dragon-slaying palace face a disaster? Don't forget the principles of the dragon-slaying palace. No matter how we fight, we must not harm the overall interests of the dragon-slaying palace." The Beast Emperor said in a deep voice, "What you said does make sense." But he left his divine soul outside. "It's useless even if we kill him now," Qin Feiyang said. "Let's join forces to defeat him and forcibly control him. This is the only way to solve the problem now." The Beast Emperor said, "I'm sorry, but I never like to force others. We'll talk about it later. My master is also a smart person. He knows what to say and what not to say," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The Beast Emperor frowned. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and said, "Let's go and think about it. I'll wait for your news." Phew. Yi Zhong took a deep breath, turned into a stream of light, and tore through the sky at lightning speed. "Why are you so self-righteous? Do you know how loyal Yi Zhong is to the dragons? You're letting him go with such a good opportunity." The Beast Emperor roared. "He's indeed a loyal person, but he's also a person who cares about his family. Yi Cheng being by my side is his biggest concern. Because once this matter is exposed, Long Zun will definitely not let Yi Cheng off. He might even vent his anger on Yi Shui-er, the old man, and Yi Zhong himself. Do you think Yi Zhong will let this happen?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The Beast Emperor felt that it made sense. He frowned and said, "Aren't you afraid of what if?" "There's no what if. Unless he gambles with the lives of his family on whether Long Zun will be angry or not. But the stakes are too high. I believe that he won't dare to do that." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Beast Emperor snorted. "Then I hope it's really as you think. Let's talk about Yi Zhong later. Let's talk about the problem between us first," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. When the Beast Emperor heard this, he immediately became nervous. Chapter 2699. As for Yi Zhong's matter, Qin Feiyang already had a plan. Once he left Hell, he could carry it out, so it didn't matter if he let Yi Zhong leave. But the Beast Emperor must be dealt with in Hell. "I will only give you two choices. First, submit to me. Second, die in Hell." Qin Feiyang looked at the Beast Emperor and said, "Is there a third choice?" The Beast Emperor's face sank as he asked. "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. His decisive tone left no room for negotiation. "You have to think carefully, because you are different from Yi Zhong and the others. Yi Zhong and the others can be reborn if they die here. But you, if you die here, it is equivalent to a complete death. At that time, everything you have will become history." Madman said, "I shouldn't have followed you." The Beast Emperor's face was full of regret. "You can only blame yourself for being too greedy and wanting a heaven-defying treasure. But no matter what, we won't give you a chance to escape. Because even if you escape from Fallen Valley, we will continue to wait for you in the Demon God Square. Unless you don't plan to return to Divine Land. In fact, your biggest mistake is coming to Hell. Because once you come to Hell, you are like a turtle in a jar. No matter how hard you try, you can't escape from our hands. And if you can endure and not come to Hell, then we really can't do anything to you." Madman's face was full of ridicule. Hearing this, the Beast Emperor clenched his hands tightly, and his heart was extremely angry. He originally thought that with the power of the dragons, he would definitely be able to smoothly get rid of Qin Feiyang. Taking a step back. Even if the dragons couldn't get rid of Qin Feiyang, the blood demons and beasts in Hell were enough to take Qin Feiyang's life. In other words, for him, there was no risk. However, he never expected that Qin Feiyang would actually be recognized by the blood demons and call them brothers. The most terrifying thing was, He even broke through to the 9 heavens realm so quickly. Qin Feiyang was very strong to begin with, and there was also the blood demon race, which was even more terrifying than Qin Feiyang. In the end, it was him and the dragons who became Qin Feiyang's targets. How comical. Thinking back to the beginning, they had deliberately set up this trap and made it known to the public that Hell was the king of Hell. They wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Qin Feiyang. But on the other hand, wasn't Qin Feiyang also waiting for this opportunity to get rid of them? This contest, whether it was him and the chief pavilion master, or Yi Zhong and the dragons, they had all lost completely. Hurry up and decide, Qin Feiyang said. The Beast Emperor raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with sorrow. In any case, he was a big shot of the ancient world. Now, he was actually forced to such an extent by a junior. Willing. He was definitely unwilling to accept it. If such a big shot like him were to submit to a junior, how would he have any face left in the future? I know it's hard for you to swallow your pride, but there's only one path in front of you. You don't have a choice. Don't think so highly of your pride. What you care about might be worthless in the eyes of others. Wang Ming sneered. Shut up. Even if I'm in my current state, I'm still not someone like you can compare to. The Beast Emperor shouted angrily. Someone like me? A hint of viciousness instantly crept onto Wang Ming's face. It was one thing for the Beast Emperor to be arrogant in front of him before, but now that he was a prisoner, he actually dared to be arrogant. Boom. A terrifying murderous aura roared out of Wang Ming's body. I also want to know, what kind of person was I in your eyes before? Yang Li also stared coldly at the Beast Emperor. The best way to deal with stubborn people is to kill them directly. Ghost King also spoke at this moment. He took a step forward and landed next to Qin Feiyang, his murderous aura billowing out. The Beast Emperor shuddered. He looked at Wang Ming, then at Yang Li, then at King of Ghosts, then at the madman and Qin Feiyang. Wang Ming, Yang Li, Ghost King aside, even the madman and Qin Feiyang were probably enough to make him die a tragic death. He also knew a thing or two about Qin Feiyang's character. If he didn't submit, he definitely wouldn't show any mercy. Was there really no other way? Who could help him? But the predicament he was currently in was that he couldn't cry for help. The Beast Emperor clenched his hands and looked at the murderous intent that gradually emerged on Qin Feiyang's face. In the end, he slowly lowered his head and sighed, I submit. Qin Feiyang smiled. The madman also smiled. Although the Beast Emperor had been severely injured, he was still one of their greatest threats. Now that the Beast Emperor had submitted, this threat was naturally gone. On the contrary, in the future, he would become a threat to the dragons. Qin Feiyang said, then come out of this person's body. The Beast Emperor sighed. A fiery red divine light shot out from the top of his head. It was a fire Qilin. This was the Beast Emperor's soul. Qin Feiyang formed a seal with both hands, and an enslavement seal appeared. Don't resist. Swish. With that, the enslavement seal swept toward the soul. Wang Ming, Yang Li, and Ghost King were all watching covetously from the side. How would the Beast Emperor dare resist? Very quickly, the enslavement seal controlled the Beast Emperor's soul. From now on, call me young master. Qin Feiyang looked at the Beast Emperor as he spoke, then looked at Wang Ming and the madman. And the two of you, don't call me young master either. Chem. The three of them looked at him suspiciously. Because now, you are my subordinates. Your loyalty is to me, not to the Dragon Slayer Palace. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. Wang Ming and the madman nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at the Beast Emperor again. The Beast Emperor sighed helplessly and nodded. Got it. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned to Ghost King. Senior Ghost King, the Beast Emperor needs to reconstruct his body and soul. Can you let him go to the second level? Of course. Ghost King nodded. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully and looked at the Beast Emperor. The time array on the second level is 500 years per day. Cherish this opportunity. Yes. The Beast Emperor nodded, looking a little down. Don't look so reluctant. You'll benefit a lot if you follow me. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Beast Emperor indifferently, then nodded at Ghost King. With a wave of his hand, the Beast Emperor disappeared from the ancient city. Young master, what about us? Yang Li and I followed you before Beast Venerable. You can't forget about us just because his cultivation is stronger than ours. Wang Ming and Yang Li looked at Qin Feiyang fawningly. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "Don't worry. You won't be left behind." "Thank you, young master." The two of them bowed and thanked him. After all, Qin Feiyang possessed 10 heaven-defying divine artifacts such as the divine bow of the setting sun. He definitely wouldn't be able to use so many godly weapons by himself. What should they do then? Of course, they had to share them with his subordinates. For experts at their level, nothing in the world could catch their eyes, except for heaven-defying artifacts and heaven-defying techniques. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a huge risk to come to hell. They just wanted to try their luck. Now that they followed Qin Feiyang, they would definitely have a chance to obtain a godly weapon in the future. At the thought of having a godly weapon of their own in the future, they couldn't help but feel excited. King Yu looked at Yang Li and Yang Li, then at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, with the help of the Beast Emperor and Yang Li, you should have a better chance of defeating the dragons when you return to China." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "But we can't let our guard down. After all, the dragons still have the terrifying dragon god and a sovereign divine weapon." Sovereign divine weapon? The old man in blood-red clothes was shocked. King Yu looked at Qin Feiyang curiously and asked, "Have you seen that sovereign divine weapon?" "No. But I have fought with it from a distance." Qin Feiyang said. "How powerful is it?" King Yu asked. "Very powerful. Take the godly weapon for example. It couldn't resist at all." Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. "So powerful?" King Yu was shocked. "I remember back then, I had more than a dozen godly weapons, but they couldn't even block a single sword light from the sovereign divine weapon." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "The sovereign divine weapon is comparable to the sovereign divine weapon. Of course, the godly weapons can't be its match." The old man in blood-red clothes sneered. Qin Feiyang glanced at the old man and said, "You know quite a lot." Of course. Back then, this old man was at least a peak undead realm expert. The old man in blood-red clothes smiled proudly. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. Haven't you heard of that? Besides, you're so powerful, but you still lost to the dragon god. Madman suddenly said with disdain. "You." The old man in blood-red clothes' expression froze, then he glared at Madman in anger. "What? You want to possess me? You should just give up. Now, not only do you have the soul-anchoring divine pearl, but you also have the blood demon tower. Even if I stand here and let you possess me, you can't do it." Madman said with disdain. The old man in blood-red clothes was furious. Qin Feiyang said telepathically, "Give Senior King Yu some face and stop talking. If it wasn't for King Yu, I would have used the blood demon tower to beat him up. He's only left with his divine soul, and he's still so arrogant." Madman thought to himself. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the old man in blood-red clothes and said, "Now that the power of Fallen Valley has disappeared, can you leave?" The old man in blood-red clothes was stunned. That's right. Since the power that shrouded Fallen Valley had disappeared, then he could leave Fallen Valley too, right? If Qin Feiyang hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have realized it. Whoosh. After coming back to his senses, the old man in blood-red clothes turned into a stream of light and flew out of Fallen Valley. King Yu looked at his father's back and then at Qin Feiyang and Madman. He smiled and said, "Thank you." This was because he knew that Qin Feiyang and Madman were giving him face and didn't argue with his father. "Why are you thanking me when we're friends? Besides, if it wasn't for Senior's help, how could we have broken through to the initial stage so quickly?" Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "If you really want to thank us, then just give us the ancient city of King Yu." Madman grinned. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Ghost King also looked at the Madman with a stunned expression. Chapter 2700. What's with such a big reaction? I'm just joking. Frenzy looked at the two of them speechlessly. King Yu shook his head and smiled. "King Yu Ancient City is the capital of my blood demon race. It's very important to my blood demon race. It's impossible for this king to give it to anyone, but, speaking of this. King Yu fell silent as he lowered his head and fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and Frenzy looked at him suspiciously. King Yu waved his hand and a sealed iron box appeared. He smiled and said, I can give this to you. This is, Frenzy's eyes lit up. Because this iron box was the one he saw on the second floor of the palace. At that time, White-Eyed Wolf wanted it very much, because King Yu had personally said that there was a heaven-defying artifact inside. Yi Zhong and the various ancestral dragons had paid a huge price to snatch this iron box. But now, King Yu was going to give it to them for free. If the various ancestral dragons knew about this, wouldn't they vomit blood from anger? Anyway, this thing is useless in hell, so I might as well give it to you. When the time comes to fight with the dragons, it can also help you. King Yu smiled. A heaven-defying artifact was like a worthless toy, casually giving it away. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy didn't stand on ceremony. They took the iron box and thanked him before keeping it. If they wanted to defeat the dragons, they indeed needed to strengthen their own strength. And a heaven-defying artifact was undoubtedly the fastest and most efficient way. As for the time array, King Yu pondered for a while and turned to look into the distance. Seeing that the blood-red-clothed old man hadn't returned yet, he said in a low voice, actually, the Blood Demon Tower also has a time array. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Frenzy nodded and said, the Blood Demon Tower does have a time array. How do you know? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Nonsense. The 10th floor of the Blood Demon Tower was in my hands before. Of course I know. It's just that in the past, this time array only lasted for a day to half a year. Frenzy said. 1 day and half a year. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He shook his head and said, it's really nothing. That's because the 10th floor of the Blood Demon Tower has been separated, and the effect has been greatly reduced. According to this king's knowledge, the time array of the Blood Demon Tower in its complete state is 2,000 years per day. Yu Wang said. What the hell? 2,000 years in 1 day. Qin Feiyang and Qin Haodong were dumbfounded. It was actually 4 times faster than the ancient city's time array. If he cultivated in the Blood Demon Tower in the future, wouldn't he be able to break through a small realm in 2 or 3 months? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Madman and said with a smile, Senior brother Madman, please take care of me in the pass. If you're envious, just say it. Don't hide it. Madman grimaced. This was truly an unexpected surprise. Don't be happy too early. The blood demon race isn't in its complete state yet. King Yu looked at Madman and said. Incomplete. Madman looked at King Yu in a daze. Qin Feiyang also had a look of surprise. Didn't the 10th level already fuse with the Blood Demon Tower? Why wasn't it complete? There are some things that this king can't say. You guys need to slowly discover them yourself. King Yu said mysteriously. Aren't you keeping us in suspense? Just tell us directly. Madman said. King Yu shook his head and said, although it's incomplete, the time array of the current blood demon race should also be 500 years per day. The difference is so big. Madman was stunned. Because we still need 2 more things to complete the Blood Demon Tower. King Yu nodded. Can't I beg you? Tell me, what are we missing? Where are these 2 things now? I'll go and snatch them now. Madman's current mood was like ants on a hot pan. It was very uncomfortable. 2,000 years per day, 500 years per day, the difference between the 2 was simply too big. Moreover, no matter who it was, they would definitely choose the time array that was 2,000 years per day. This, King Yu hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, I can't say much. I can only tell you that it's far away but also right in front of you. What the hell? Madman was stunned. Far away but also right in front of you? You must be kidding me. Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised by King Yu's answer. Far away. The horizon was endless. Who knew what was there? Right in front of you? This sentence was even more incomprehensible. Because there was only Madman, King Yu, and himself in front of him. King Yu's act of keeping them in suspense was really unfathomable. Madman also gave up. King Yu clearly did not want to say. It was useless to force him. Whoosh. Soon. The blood-red old man returned. Father, how is it? King Yu looked at the blood-red old man and asked nervously. I can leave the fallen valley. The blood-red old man nodded and said excitedly, I'm finally free. Hearing this, King Yu was also wild with joy. Don't be happy too early. Be careful. When the dragon god descends one day, he will suppress you again. Madman suddenly poured a bucket of cold water on him. You, the blood-red old man glared at Madman. Was this what they meant by nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth? Humph. Madman snorted coldly. Actually, he could not be blamed for being petty. He had been possessed twice consecutively. No one would be able to take this lying down. It was already merciful that he did not kill the blood-red old man. Father, brother Madman, we're all friends. Don't say too much. Don't hurt our friendship. King Yu looked at the two of them helplessly. Friends? Is he worthy? The blood-red old man sneered. I'm not worthy, but I don't care to be friends with you. Madman also had a look of disdain. Who are you calling an old thing? The blood-red old man gnashed his teeth. You. So what? Madman had a provocative look on his face. The blood-red old man stared at Madman gloomily. It was as if he could not wait to skin Madman alive. Lousy likes to see your angry yet helpless look. The corners of Madman's lips curled up. Fine, fine, fine. This old man admits defeat. But don't be complacent too early. The battle between you and the dragons will erupt sooner or later. I hope you can still be as arrogant as you are now. The blood-red old man sneered coldly. You don't have to worry about that. You'd better think about how to deal with the dragon god's next suppression. This time, it's because of us that you can regain your freedom. What about next time? Let's see who can help you. Madman said indifferently. The blood-red old man said angrily, don't flatter yourself. What does it have to do with you? Brother, look. Ungrateful, burning the bridge after crossing the river, that's exactly what people like him are like. Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. King Yu also had a helpless expression. It was all in the past. What was there to fuss about? It was the same for both the old and the young. There was no end to it. Headache. King Yu said, Brother Qin, why don't we go look for it too? Look for what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Of course it's to look for treasures. King Yu dragged Qin Feiyang and left, leaving Madman and the blood-red old man staring at each other. Senior King Yu, aren't you afraid that they will fight if we leave just like that? Qin Feiyang looked at King Yu in a daze. That's why I'm giving them the chance to fight to their heart's content and vent their frustrations. King Yu shook his head. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. Junior King Yu, I remember you said that there were no rules in the Nether King Hell in the past. Yes. It's the rules and restrictions set by the dragon god after my father was suppressed. All the creatures in the Nether King Hell can't break through to the imperishable realm. King Yu nodded. Then, did you have a mark on your body in the past? Could you summon the power of the evil sun and evil moon? Qin Feiyang asked. We blood demons have always had a mark, and it's innate. With the mark, we can naturally summon the power of the evil sun and evil moon. But the beasts in the Nether King Hell didn't have a mark on them in the past. King Yu said. That's strange. The mark of the blood demons is completely different from the mark of the beasts. You were born with the mark. The mark of the beasts appeared because of the rules and restrictions. In the end, you should have a mark that's exactly the same as the beasts. Because of this, your cultivation base can be limited. Qin Feiyang frowned. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, since the rules and restrictions appeared, none of us blood demons can step into the imperishable realm. For example, I've been trapped in the Peak 9 Heavens realm for 50,000 to 60,000 years. If I could break through, I would have broken through with the help of the time array, King Yu said. King Yu said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. 50,000 to 60,000 years, plus the time array of 500 years per day, that would be 10 billion years. 10 billion years, Even a person with average aptitude could break through to the imperishable realm as long as he had such a long lifespan. I've already given up. King Yu waved his hand. Give up, Qin Feiyang muttered. If it were him, he would probably give up too. After all, anyone would feel despair in the face of such a curse. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang stopped in his tracks, looked at King Yu, and said, Senior, to tell you the truth, I'm very concerned about something. What is it? King Yu turned his head and looked at him suspiciously. Do you still remember what the dragon god said to me not long ago? He said that I shouldn't interfere in the matters of the blood demons. He also said that I shouldn't regret it in the future and that I should take care of myself. What did he mean by that? Qin Feiyang frowned. He had a feeling that the dragon god was hinting at something. King Yu recalled carefully. The dragon god did seem to have said these words. But he didn't understand. Regarding this, I'm afraid you can only ask the dragon god. But don't worry, I will never harm you. If you don't believe me, I can even swear on my life. King Yu said. No need, no need. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hands and said with a smile, I still believe in Senior King Yu's character, but, at this point, Qin Feiyang paused, looking a little hesitant. King Yu sized up Qin Feiyang for a while and asked, Are you talking about my father? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked up at King Yu, and said, Senior, don't be angry. To be honest, I don't really trust your father. Chapter 2701. Indeed. King Yu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that his father's actions had already caused Qin Feiyang's disgust. King Yu took a deep breath and nodded. That's understandable. Thank you. Qin Feiyang said. King Yu continued, frankly speaking, even I am not used to it. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Father used to be kind and reasonable, but why has he become so unreasonable now? I really don't know what he went through during the battle with the dragon god that made him become like this. King Yu sighed. Kind and reasonable? Reasonable? Qin Feiyang was stunned. These words seemed to have nothing to do with the blood-red old man. Little scoundrel, you're really asking for a beating. Do you think I'm afraid of you? At this moment, two angry roars could be heard. Immediately after, a wave of battle energy could be felt. Qin Feiyang and King Yu looked up and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, the old man and the young man were still fighting. Perhaps it's because he's been suppressed for so many years that his personality has changed greatly. Qin Feiyang mumbled and looked at King Yu. There's another question. King Yu was suspicious. When we were in the valley, your father said that we won't be able to kill all the blood puppets in Fallen Valley even if we were given 1,000 years. I'm thinking, is he exaggerating or is this true? Qin Feiyang frowned. Is this very important? King Yu asked. I'm thinking, if we can't kill all of them in 1,000 years, then there must be so many blood puppets that the entire Fallen Valley can't contain them. It's fine if he's exaggerating. But if it's true, then where are these blood puppets? Why are there so many blood puppets? Senior, you should know that Fallen Valley is the biggest forbidden area in the Hell of the Nether King. People like you from the blood demon race won't enter. The ferocious beasts in the Hell of the Nether King must be the same. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so many blood puppets. Qin Feiyang said. How about this? When I have time, I'll ask my father and then tell you. Yu Wang said. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then let's go. Who knows, we might be lucky and obtain quite a few heaven-defying divine objects this time. Yu Wang said with a smile. Actually, I'm already very satisfied, but if there's more, that would be even better. Qin Feiyang smiled. Including the metal box that King Yu had given him, he now had 3 sealed metal boxes on him. In other words, 3 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Including the Blood Demon Tower, this trip to the Nether King's Hell with the Madman was equivalent to obtaining 4 heaven-defying divine artifacts. Even the dragons had never had such a harvest before. After all, the Sunset Godly Bow was one of the 10 great godly artifacts that the dragons had obtained after entering it several times. The most important thing was, he had also subdued Beast Emperor, Wang Ming, and Yang Li. 1 emperor and 2 divine emperors, what could be more valuable than this? Furthermore, He had also drawn up a plan to deal with Yi Zhong. So, even if they left the Nether King's hell now, they would still be returning home with a full harvest. Time flew by. In the evening, after an entire day of searching, the entire Fallen Valley was almost turned upside down. Qin Feiyang and Yu Wang had also gained a lot. More than 100 supreme-level divine artifacts. More than 80 supreme-level divine arts. There were about 5,000 to 6,000 legendary and peak divine arts and divine artifacts in total. Although they didn't find any heaven-defying divine objects, these divine arts and divine artifacts would definitely cause a bloodbath in the divine prefecture. After all, even in the divine prefecture, supreme-level divine arts and divine artifacts were rare. Boom. Crack. When Qin Feiyang, Yu Wang, and the 10 great commanders returned to the central area of the Fallen Valley, where the Blood Demon Tower was originally located, they found that the madman and the blood-red-clothed old man were still fighting. The madman was already in a sorry state with bruises all over his face. Although the blood-red-clothed old man was in soul form and didn't have any physical injuries, his soul body was much weaker than before. Obviously, he didn't gain any advantage either. Of course, this was also thanks to the restrictions of the Nether King's hell. If there weren't any restrictions, the blood-red-clothed old man's divine sense would be enough to kill the madman with his perfected imperishable realm cultivation. Little bastard, today we will fight to the death. I'll accompany you to the end. Even when Qin Feiyang and the others returned, the two didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Lord Yu Wang, what should we do? The 10 great commanders looked at the two in a daze. Don't worry about them, let them fight to their heart's content. Yu Wang waved his hand, a little annoyed. The 10 great commanders looked at each other helplessly. The blood-red-clothed old man was Yu Wang's father and the leader of the previous generation of blood demons, so they naturally didn't dare to reprimand him. As for the madman, after being together for so long, they knew him very well. If they went to persuade him, they might be beaten up instead. So, it was better not to meddle in other people's business. How's the harvest? Yu Wang looked at the 10 great commanders and asked. To be honest, this is the first time we've seen so many divine objects. With that, the 10 great commanders took out the divine objects they had plundered for the entire day. Right away, divine artifacts and jade slips were piled up in front of Qin Feiyang and Yu Wang like a small mountain. So many. Even Yu Wang couldn't help but be dumbfounded at this moment. There were at least 30,000 to 40,000 divine artifacts and jade slips. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were the 3 iron boxes. Among the 3 iron boxes, 2 of them were more than a meter long and 1 foot wide, completely black. The other iron box was only the size of an adult's palm. And these 3 iron boxes all had the aura of a seal. Obviously, these were 2 heaven-defying divine artifacts and a heaven-defying divine art. There are 3 more. Qin Feiyang stared at the 3 iron boxes, clenching his fists. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. Yu Wang smiled and said, Brother Qin, these are all yours. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The 10 great commanders also looked at Yu Wang in shock. In fact, they had already expected that Yu Wang would definitely give some to Qin Feiyang, but they didn't expect that he would give all of them to Qin Feiyang. Are you stupid? At this moment, the blood-red old man roared, threw madman aside, and flew over, shouting, giving all of them to him. How generous are you? I've never seen such a wastrel like you. It's none of your business. The current blood demon race is ruled by the Ghost King. Why are you interrupting, old thing? Get lost as far as you can. Madman also flew over. The blood-red old man said angrily, Get lost, I'm not in the mood to mess with you now. I'm not in the mood to mess with you either. Madman touched his red and swollen nose, grimacing in pain. Father, our blood demon tribe doesn't lack supreme and legendary divine arts and divine artifacts. And heaven-defying divine artifacts are even more useless. So there's no point in us keeping these things. Why don't we give them to Brother Qin and the others? When the time comes to deal with the dragons, our chances of winning will be higher. Yu Wang said patiently. No. Even if we keep them as firewood, we can't let outsiders have them. The blood-red old man shook his head, his attitude very firm. Old patriarch, Your thoughts are like standing in a latrine pit, Madman grumbled. Shut up, who are you to speak? The blood-red old man immediately frowned. Madman shrunk his neck and didn't dare to speak anymore. Yu Wang said, Father, what if I insist on giving them to Brother Qin and the others? Then we'll sever our relationship as father and son, the blood-red old man shouted. Okay. Yu Wang was instantly enraged. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, You don't have to be polite, take them all. This, Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. He couldn't really watch them sever their relationship as father and son, right? It's fine. Right now, I'm in charge of the Blood Demon tribe. Yu Wang said. You want to rebel? The blood-red old man was furious. Yes. Yes, I want to rebel. Do you still remember the situation when you were possessed by lunatic in the Blood Demon Tower? At that time, I said that if you wanted to possess him, I would self-destruct in front of you. But how did you answer me? If you want to self-destruct, then so be it. I'll pretend that I don't have a son like you. Do you know how sad this sentence made me? And now, you actually said that you want to sever our relationship as father and son? Is this something you, as a father, should say? I'm no longer that child. I'm the current patriarch of the Blood Demon tribe. I have a temper too. Even if it's you, you still have to listen to me, the clan chief. Besides, why do you think I'm doing this? It's all for you. You possessed lunatic twice and almost shattered Brother Qin's divine soul. If it weren't for me, do you think lunatic and Brother Qin would let you go? I'm thanking them for not killing you. Do you understand? Yu Wang said angrily. These words could be said to be true disobedience. However, the blood-red old man fell silent unexpectedly. Looking at Yu Wang, his eyes seemed to have changed. Do as you wish. After a long time, the blood-red old man shook his head and sighed. He seemed to be exhausted. Yes. From the time they met until now, he had still treated Yu Wang as a child. It was natural for a child to listen to his father. But when he heard the Ghost King's words, he was suddenly enlightened. This child had grown up. And he was already the new leader of the Blood Demon tribe. Now, he had his own opinions and an inviolable dignity. Times were changing. People would also change with it. For the current Blood Demon tribe, he, the former leader, no longer had much to do with it. Brother Qin, accept it. If you don't, I'll really fall out with you. Yu Wang said with a straight face. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He bowed and said, Thank you, senior. To be honest, he really wanted these deity techniques and deity artifacts. Because these deity artifacts could not only strengthen the people around him, such as Zhao Tailai, Willow Tree, Yu Wang, and other beasts, but they could also raise the overall strength of the Black Tortoise world by a few levels. After Qin Feiyang kept all the deity artifacts, the madman smiled proudly. He looked at the blood-red old man and comforted him. Old thing, it's the world of the young now. Why are you, an old man, so worried? You should just enjoy your old age. What do you mean? Are you cursing me? The blood-red old man glared. Curse? You can't randomly draw hatred for me. What if the Ghost King believes me and thinks that I'm cursing you? What if he wants my life? I'm doing this for your own good. It wasn't easy for you to regain your freedom. Don't mess around. The madman said. Thank you for your concern. The blood-red old man gritted his teeth. No need to thank me. As a junior, it's natural for me to care about a senior like you. The madman chuckled. The blood-red old man's mouth twitched. Looking at the madman's proud face, he really wanted to slap him. Chapter 2702. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight again, Qin Feiyang quickly coughed and looked at King Yu. Senior King Yu, since the matter is over, let's go back. Okay. King Yu also understood what Qin Feiyang meant. He glanced at Fallen Valley and shouted, Let's go. Whoosh. At that moment, the group rose into the sky and disappeared into the horizon at lightning speed. Seeing this, Frenzy and the blood-red clothed old man snorted at each other at the same time. They also rose into the sky and chased after the group. The return journey was very smooth. After all, with King Yu and the 10 commanders around, Who would dare to block the way? King Yu, Commander, Brother Qin, you're back. When Qin Feiyang and the group landed on the plains, the blood boat and unicorn sitting cross-legged on the plains immediately got up to welcome them. Yes. King Yu nodded and took out the ancient city. As King Yu waved his hand, the ancient city immediately expanded and landed on the ground with a bang. Blood boat, did anything happen here during this period of time? Xue Die asked. No. Many humans came here but they immediately fled when they saw me and the unicorn. Blood boat said. King Yu asked, what about the clansmen who went to collect the blood? Blood boat smiled and said, they definitely won't be back so soon. Yes. King Yu nodded. Yes. Suddenly, Blood boat noticed the blood-red clothed old man and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. It seems that even after so many years, many clansmen still remember me. The blood-red clothed old man said proudly. You are. Blood boat was extremely surprised. Was this an illusion? Xue Die coughed dryly and said, he's our old clan leader. It's really the old clan leader. Blood boat trembled and immediately knelt in the void, saying respectfully, greetings, old clan leader. Get up. The blood-red clothed old man raised his hand. Blood boat rose and said in surprise, King Yu, what's going on? Didn't the old clan leader already? It's a long story. You can ask the clansmen later, King Yu said. Yes. Blood boat nodded. Brother Qin, let's go. King Yu smiled. The group of people entered the ancient city and flew straight towards the palace. The ancient city of King Yu was still the same as before. There were no changes. Inside the palace, Father, go to the second level to reconstruct your body, King Yu said as he looked at the blood-red clothed old man. He was afraid that Madman and his father would fight again. Now was not the same as in Fallen Valley. In the Fallen Valley, the ancient city of the Ghost King was first in the hands of Qin Feiyang and then in the hands of the Ghost King. Hence, no matter how the two of them fought, they would not implicate the people in the ancient city. But now, the ancient city of King Yu was located here. If they were to fight again, the people in the city would definitely be implicated. As the patriarch of the blood demon race, he would not allow such a thing to happen. There's no hurry. I haven't been back for a long time. This old man will go for a stroll in the city first. Then, he turned around and walked out of the hall. Who? King Yu exhaled. As long as Madman wasn't with his father, everything was fine. Following closely, King Yu then looked at the 10 commanders, and smilingly said, you all should also go and have a good rest. All right. The 10 commanders nodded and turned to walk out of the hall one after another. In this way, only Qin Feiyang, Madman, Wang Ming, Yang Li, and King Yu were left in the hall. Brother Qin, Brother Madman, the matter in Fallen Valley has been settled. You have also obtained many legendary items. There should be nothing else now, right? King Yu asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other and smiled. I don't think so. Then, you all will stay in the ancient city of the Ghost King to cultivate. When the Hell of the Ghost King closes, head directly to the Godfiend Square. King Yu said. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. He could take the opportunity to break through to the 9 Heavens Great Perfection Realm. Wait. Madman suddenly thought of something and looked at King Yu. Before coming to the Hell of the Ghost King, I heard from the dragons that there seems to be an inheritance of the power of laws here. An inheritance of the power of laws. King Yu was stunned. Yes. This is the news released by the dragons. I believe that many hidden experts came to the Hell of the Ghost King because of this news. Madman said. King Yu said, I know a little about the inheritance of the power of laws. Really? Madman was surprised. Qin Feiyang was also tempted. Needless to say, Wang Ming and Madman, they had always yearned for the power of laws. It's not an inheritance either. To be precise, it's a test. King Yu said. A test? The 4 of them looked at each other, their eyes full of doubts. Yes. But this test is very scary. If you fail, you will die. But if you succeed and have good comprehension, you will be able to comprehend the power of laws immediately. If your comprehension is poor, as long as you pass the there is a certain chance that you will be able to comprehend the power of laws in the future. Big Shui also comprehended the law of massacre through this test. King Yu said. Wang Ming frowned. In other words, this test can only succeed and not fail. That's right. Once you fail, even the gods won't be able to save you. King Yu nodded. Yang Li said, isn't this equivalent to gambling with one's life? It is gambling with one's life to begin with. After all, the power of laws is an existence that surpasses all other powers. Every living being wants to possess it. But how many living beings have comprehended the power of laws? So, if you want to obtain the power of laws, you have to take risks. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, right? King Yu smiled faintly. That's true. Wang Ming and Yang Li nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, where is this place then? The forest of gods and demons. King Yu said. The forest of gods and demons. Qin Feiyang and the other three were stunned. Wasn't this where the exit to hell was? You must be surprised. King Yu said with a smile. The four of them nodded. It was not a surprise, but rather a surprise. The forest of gods and demons has a long history. It is said that the forest of gods and demons has always existed since the creation of hell. Furthermore, just like its name, the forest of gods and demons is a place filled with danger. You can say that. The forest of gods and demons is countless times more dangerous than Fallen Valley. King Yu said in a deep voice. Countless times? The four of them were stunned. Frenzy frowned and said, then why do you say that Fallen Valley is the biggest forbidden area in hell? The reason why we say that Fallen Valley is the biggest forbidden area is because of the evil force in Fallen Valley. This evil force prevents us from entering and taking a look. Therefore, we didn't know how dangerous Fallen Valley was before. After entering this time, I realized that it's actually not that big of a deal. King Yu said. So that's the case. The four of them were enlightened. For an unknown place, it was natural to list it as the most dangerous place. Qin Feiyang looked at King Yu and asked, have you been to the forest of gods and demons? Of course. The forest of gods and demons is thousands of times bigger than Fallen Valley. Even I would need a year to traverse the entire forest of gods and demons. However, there is a safe route in the forest of gods and demons. Through this route, one can easily pass through the forest of gods and demons and reach the square of gods and demons. In the past, the dragons used this safe route to pass through the forest of gods and demons and reach the square of gods and demons. King Yu explained. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. But once you leave this route, you have to be prepared to die. Because other than this safe route, every other place is filled with danger. I remember when Shui Die entered the forest of gods and demons, it took him more than 1,000 years to come out alive. When I walked out, I looked like I was scared out of my wits. It took me a while to recover. From then on, whenever he heard about the forest of gods and demons, his face would be filled with fear. Obviously. Those 1,000 years in the forest of gods and demons left an indelible shadow in his heart. Shui and the others wanted to go, but seeing Shui Die like this, they couldn't help but feel a little guilty and didn't dare to make a decision. King Yu shook his head and smiled. The four of them looked at each other. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy had some understanding of Shui Die's character. He was strong and courageous. However, they didn't expect that even such a person would be so afraid of the forest of gods and demons. It seemed that the forest of gods and demons really couldn't be taken lightly. Qin Feiyang, why don't the two of us not take the risk? After all, we have already mastered the power of laws, there's no need to risk our lives for the power of laws. As for Wang Ming and Yang Li, it's such a good opportunity, we can give it a try. Frenzy chuckled and said. The corners of Wang Ming and Yang Li's lips twitched. It sounded nice, but in fact, it was for them to explore the path first. The two of you have the power of laws, there's no need for you to take the risk. Because one power of law is enough for you to benefit endlessly. Moreover, you have to use your heart to comprehend each power of law thoroughly. If you have mastered 2 or 3 powers of laws at the same time, you naturally need more time to comprehend them. This will slow down your progress. King Yu said. He knew that the two of them had the power of laws. Because he was in the ancient city of Qingyu when Frenzy and the chief pavilion master fought, he heard everyone's conversation. At that time, he was also very shocked. One of them had comprehended the law of light at the paramount god level, and the other had comprehended the law of slaughter at the godlord level. Such abnormal humans, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. But in the face of Frenzy and King Yu's persuasion, Qin Feiyang didn't answer immediately. He lowered his head and remained silent. Although what the Ghost King said was also true, that one more type of nomological power would require more time to comprehend, it should also be known that one more type of nomological power was equivalent to having one more trump card. Because at the imperishable stage, it was basically a collision of the power of laws. Without the power of laws, even if you were at the perfected imperishable stage, you would only be an ordinary imperishable stage. It was the same principle as martial artists and mortals. If an imperishable stage with the power of laws was a powerful martial artist, then an imperishable stage without the power of laws was a weak mortal. The two were on completely different levels. Moreover, he had a feeling that the power of laws would be the key to defeating Ice Dragon and Small Beast in the future. Chapter 2703. Seems like we can't persuade him. Lunatic shook his head. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expression, he knew what Qin Feiyang was thinking. Qin Feiyang glanced at Lunatic, then turned to Wang Ming and Lunatic, asking, "Do you want to go?" Of course. Both of them nodded, but they were a little hesitant. Danger and fortune exist side by side. If you can comprehend the power of laws, I can consider giving you a heaven-defying divine weapon. Qin Feiyang said. Really? Both of them looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang said, in the hands of a powerful person, the heaven-defying divine weapon can unleash its greatest power. All right. Let's give it a try. Both of them looked at each other and nodded at Qin Feiyang. That's right. Danger and fortune exist side by side. There was no free lunch in the world. If one didn't work hard, how could one become stronger? Humans couldn't always stay in the same place. If one didn't improve, one would slowly be eliminated. Survival of the fittest. This was the logic. I'll go into seclusion first. When I break through to the Nine Heavens realm, I'll set off for the forest of gods and demons. Both of you should adjust your state during this period of time. But remember, you're not allowed to create trouble in the ancient city. Qin Feiyang instructed. Yes. Both of them bowed and replied. Qin Feiyang said, Senior Qingyu, send senior brother Lunatic and me to the second floor. Okay. Qingyu nodded and sent both of them to the second floor. Then, he looked at Wang Ming and Lunatic and smiled. Do as you wish. Thank you. Wang Ming and Lunatic cupped their fists and thanked him. Then, they turned and walked out of the palace, looking at the ancient city in surprise. They had never thought that one day, they would actually be able to enter the ancient city openly. To be honest, it was considered an honor for humans to enter the ancient city. After all, the ancient city was the capital of the blood demon race. Even dragons didn't dare to step in. The second floor. The white-eyed wolf had been in seclusion all this time. Furthermore, judging from its aura, it was about to break through to the ninth heaven realm. The Beast Emperor's consciousness was also lying on the ground, silently reconstructing his physical body. Are you satisfied now? Madman glanced at the white-eyed wolf and the Beast Emperor before turning to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Playing dumb? The divine weapons and divine incantations you got from Fallen Valley should be enough for you to use for the rest of your life, Madman said. Oh, this. Qin Feiyang smiled in realization, and said, this is all thanks to Senior Yu King. If it weren't for his generosity, how could we have obtained so much? Wrong. I have to thank that old thing. Madman waved his hand. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. Think about it. If it weren't for that old thing who tried to kill us time and time again, would Yu King feel guilty? It's because Yu King felt guilty that he gave us all the divine incantations and divine weapons as compensation. So, if we don't thank him, who should we thank? Madman smiled slyly. Ha ha, Qin Feiyang laughed. Hearing what Madman said, it seemed to be the case. Come, let's sort it out and see how much we got. After Madman finished speaking, he took out the divine weapons and divine incantations from his universe ring. These divine incantations and divine weapons were obtained from Fallen Valley. Madman said that he was keeping them, but in fact, he was possessing them. Even if the ancestral dragons didn't leave, it was impossible for them to take anything from Madman. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang also took out all his gains. Then the two squatted on the ground and sorted it out. After working for almost half a day, the two finally finished. In front of them, there were a total of 4 piles. One of the piles was 6 iron boxes, all of which had the aura of a seal. That's right. These were the 6 divine incantations. They got one in the Blood Lake, Yu King gave them one, and then they got another one in Fallen Valley. Later, when they searched Fallen Valley, they found 2 more divine incantations and 1 divine incantation. In other words, including the Blood Demon Tower, they got a total of 7 divine incantations. If only the young man gave us the divine incantation that he took. Madman shook his head. This way, they would get a total of 8 divine incantations. But unfortunately, it was only a dream. If the young man didn't take the initiative to give it to them, they wouldn't dare to snatch it. After all, the young man was an existence that suppressed the ancestral dragons with his own strength. But overall, the opening of hell this time was more than the previous few times. Because the previous few times, the dragons only got the sunset divine bow and other divine weapons, as well as the divine incantation of the dragon's prince. And the remaining 3 piles. 1 pile was supreme divine weapons and divine incantations. 1 pile was legendary divine weapons and divine incantations. The other pile was pinnacle divine weapons and divine incantations. As for perfect divine incantations and supreme divine weapons, there were only a dozen of them. Supreme divine weapons and divine incantations, a total of 3,600. Legendary divine weapons and divine incantations, a total of 18,000. Pinnacle divine weapons and divine incantations, a total of 22,000, not counting the perfect divine incantations and supreme divine weapons. 3,600, plus 18,000, plus 22,000. In other words, this time in Fallen Valley, we got a total of 43,600 divine incantations. Madman laughed. Amazing. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this number. Take the supreme divine weapons and divine incantations for example, even in the Dragon God Palace, one would need to have incredible luck to get them from the Divine Weapon Pavilion and Divine Incantation Treasury. And now, they had a total of 3,600 divine incantations in their hands. It was simply getting rich overnight. If this were to spread when they returned to the Divine Land, wouldn't everyone go crazy? I don't want these divine incantations, but we'll split the rest. You don't have any objections, right? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Of course not. Qin Feiyang smiled. If he still had any objections, then he wasn't worthy of being a human. Okay, you keep it for now. When we return to the Divine Land, you can give it to me. Madman said. Qin Feiyang nodded, waved his hand, and put away all the divine incantations. Next, the two took out their soul stones and began to cultivate. To break through to the greater success Ninth Heaven realm, they needed to refine 400 billion soul stones. With their current speed of refining soul stones, it would take at least 290,000 years to refine 400 billion soul stones. Fortunately, there was a time array here. 1 day was 500 years, 10 days was 5,000 years, 100 days was 50,000 years, 600 days was 300,000 years. In other words, the two of them only needed more than a year to break through to the greater success Ninth Heaven realm. Madman suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang. Tell me, how can we upgrade the supreme divine incantations to the level of divine incantations? Qin Feiyang was taken aback, shook his head and said, I don't know. In fact, he had also thought about this problem. Because now, almost all of his divine incantations had been upgraded to the supreme divine incantations. He was only one step away from the divine incantations. But it was this one step that he couldn't cross. If we want to become stronger, Then we must upgrade these divine incantations to the level of divine incantations. Madman said. En. Qin Feiyang nodded, pondered for a while, and asked, do you think this divine incantation is the same as the divine incantations, related to the power of law? Related to the power of law? Madman was stunned. We all know about the supreme divine incantations. As long as you give it the power of law, it can be upgraded to a divine incantation. Then does this supreme divine incantation also have to be given the power of law? Qin Feiyang said. This question, Madman pondered for a while and shook his head. It's hard to say, we have to ask an old senior. Old senior, Qin Feiyang murmured and suddenly glanced at the Beast Emperor beside him. Madman also looked at the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor was at the Great Success Imperishable Realm, so he should know about this. Cough cough. Madman coughed and chuckled. Senior Beast Emperor. Senior. The Beast Emperor opened his eyes and looked suspiciously at Madman. Did this kid have a fever? He actually called him senior for the first time. After being together for so long, this was the first time he saw this little madman be so polite to him. Does the upgrade of a supreme divine incantation to a divine incantation have anything to do with the power of law? Madman said. So you have something to ask. The Beast Emperor suddenly understood. No wonder he was so polite, he thought he had changed. The upgrade of a supreme divine incantation to a divine incantation has to do with the power of law. The Beast Emperor pondered for a moment and said, tell me quickly. Madman urged. Actually, it's similar to a divine incantation. By integrating the profound of the power of law into the divine incantation, the supreme divine incantation can naturally evolve into a divine incantation. Take young Master's slaughter domain as an example. According to my personal speculation, it should be integrated with the profound of the law of slaughter. The Beast Emperor said. The profound of the law of slaughter? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course. To reach the slaughter domain level, one must have the profound of the law of slaughter. Madman, although your law of slaughter has reached the initial stage, compared to the profound of the law of slaughter, it's still thousands of miles away. The Beast Emperor said. Profound of the law of slaughter, Madman muttered. That sounded like something very impressive. Madman turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and frowned. Where did you get this slaughter formula from? It's so heaven-defying. It's innate, don't be envious. Qin Feiyang smiled. Nonsense. Madman pouted. Look, I'm telling you the truth, and you still don't believe me. I'm really not talking nonsense. I heard from my parents that this ancient castle came with me, and the slaughter formula is inside this ancient castle. If this isn't innate, then what is it? Qin Feiyang said. It can't be. Madman frowned. A heaven-defying divine incantation and a divine incantation came with each other? Wasn't this too unfathomable? If that was true, then wouldn't it mean that Qin Feiyang was different from everyone else since birth? The Beast Emperor took a deep look at Qin Feiyang and said, this emperor has heard of such a situation. When Madman and Qin Feiyang heard this, they couldn't help but look at the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor looked at the two of them and said with a faint smile, of course, this is just a legend. You guys can just listen to it and don't take it seriously. Chapter 2704. It's fine. Go ahead. The Madman said. Usually, such a situation would be the reincarnation of a peerless figure. The Beast Emperor said. Reincarnated? Qin Feiyang and the Madman looked at each other. That's right. It's said that some great figures will enter the cycle of reincarnation after they die. It's also known as reincarnation. And after reincarnation, the most important and closest companions of the previous life, for example, divine weapons and techniques, or even mounts, loved ones, they'll find the reincarnated body in another way and silently guard it. They'll directly awaken the reincarnated body and recover the memories of their previous life. The Beast Emperor said. There's such a thing. I thought that reincarnation was just a legend. The Madman muttered. The Beast Emperor said, I've said it earlier. It's just a legend. Don't listen to it. But hearing you say that, I don't think it's a legend. It's more like it's real. The Madman turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Otherwise, how could he deal with the ancient castle and the kill formula that came with it? Is it real? The Beast Emperor could not help but look at Qin Feiyang. His heart was shaken. This was because Qin Feiyang's situation was too similar to the legends. The madman suddenly seemed to have thought of something and said firmly, "I'm sure this guy is the reincarnation of a mighty figure." Chem. Qin Feiyang and the Beast Emperor looked at him suspiciously. "Do you want to know why?" the madman asked. "Nonsense." Qin Feiyang glared at him. "It's because you have more than just the ancient castle and the kill formula. There's something even more incredible. That's your battle soul. The 9-leaf fire lotus and the crimson sword soul. These two battle souls are usually reserved, but when they unleash their might, they're heaven-defying. Moreover, I wonder if you've noticed. Every time the dragon god sees your two battle souls, his expression is slightly different. It seems like they used to know each other. And do you remember? Last time, when the dragon god brought the dragon princess here, the dragon god inexplicably said a few words. At that time, you must have suspected that the dragon god was communicating with the two war souls," Madman said. Qin Feiyang scratched his head and said, "Now that you mention it, it does seem a little unusual." "What do you mean by seems?" "It's unusual to begin with." The madman rolled his eyes and chuckled. "Peerless powerhouse, please take care of me in the future, scram." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, "Actually, I'm also suspecting you." "Are you doubting me?" Madman was stunned and asked suspiciously, "What do I have to suspect?" "Of course you're worthy of suspicion. You can absorb the power of evil, enter the evil moon, and touch the mysterious blood bead in the evil moon, and the most outrageous thing is that you can actually hope for the special power of evil in Fallen Valley. There's something even more unbelievable. The Blood Demon Tower actually abandoned King Yu's father and ran with you. You have to know that he's the master of the Blood Demon Tower. Tell me, is this normal?" Qin Feiyang said. Madman was stunned. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, it did seem a little abnormal. "Yes, you're indeed worthy of suspicion." Hearing this, the Beast Emperor also looked at Madman in surprise. "Suspect what?" "Suspect that I'm also the reincarnation of a peerless powerhouse. Your imagination is really rich." Madman was helpless. "If I'm really the reincarnation of a powerhouse, then you must be one too. And your previous life must be related to the blood demon race. Otherwise, how do you explain all this?" Qin Feiyang said. "You're talking about wind and rain." Madman was speechless. The Beast Emperor sized up the two of them and shook his head. "Not simple, not simple. Both of you are not simple." Looking at the serious look on the Beast Emperor's face, Qin Feiyang and Madman couldn't help but find it funny. Who was the one who said that they shouldn't take it seriously? Now, he was the one who took it seriously. Reincarnation? How could such an illusory thing really exist? It was fine to coax children. Let's cultivate. With that, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes. "Don't worry. If I'm really the reincarnation of a powerhouse, I'll definitely protect you in the future." Madman grinned at the Beast Emperor and closed his eyes as well. The Beast Emperor smiled bitterly. Why did it sound so unreliable? However, were these two guys really the reincarnation of a powerhouse? Reincarnation, does it exist or not? Next, the ancient city of King Yu was peaceful. The ancestral dragon and the chief pavilion master were killed. The other ancestral dragons fled and Yi Zhong also left. The Beast Emperor, Wang Ming and Yang Li all submitted to Qin Feiyang. In other words, all the giants of the Divine Land were almost annihilated. Apart from these people, no one else dared to cause trouble in the ancient city of King Yu. Therefore, the ancient city of King Yu was as peaceful as it was before Hell opened. However, it was different outside. The Blood Demon clan in the various ancient cities and the beasts in Hell were still chasing after humans. Killings, battles, and deaths were happening all the time. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. Bang! On this day, the white-eyed wolf broke through to the ninth heaven realm. The Beast Emperor had also reconstructed his body. After all, there was a time array that lasted 500 years. Even if the Beast Emperor had a divine art, it wouldn't take long. The Beast Emperor who had reconstructed his body had undoubtedly recovered to his peak state. If there weren't any rules restricting him, then with his cultivation base, he would be able to sweep through the Hell King. No. If there were no restrictions, it wouldn't be that easy to sweep through hell. After all, the Blood Demon Elder had returned. He was a terrifying existence at the perfected indestructible realm. Another period of time passed. Madman had also successfully entered the 9th heaven realm. When Madman broke through, he realized that Qin Feiyang was also about to break through. This was because they had broken through to the 9th heaven realm one after the other. As expected, after a period of time, Qin Feiyang also broke through to the 9th heaven realm as he wished. This feeling of cultivation skyrocketing is really great. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and his face was filled with joy. Then let's not go to the divine demon forest. Let's just cultivate in seclusion. Madman said. He really didn't want to take the risk. Qin Feiyang instantly rolled his eyes at him and said in disdain, cowering, "Is this still the Madman I know? If you don't work hard, I think you'll never catch up to Ancestor in this lifetime." Kidding. If I get serious, I can instantly kill Qin Batian. Madman instantly frowned. Instantly kill Qin Batian? That's difficult. Do you know? There are strong and weak law powers. The strongest law powers are the law of time and the law of space and time. Qin Batian has the ability to travel through space, that's the law of space and time. To be honest, your law of slaughter really can't compare to his. Beast Emperor said. So what if it's the law of space and time? Just wait and see. I'll go to the divine demon forest and comprehend the law of space and time. Let's go now. Madman suddenly stood up and shouted. Qin Feiyang laughed and shook his head. Don't worry, I've also thought a lot during my seclusion. What are you thinking about? Madman paused and looked at him suspiciously. Beast Emperor also looked at Qin Feiyang. Our strength shouldn't be enough to deal with the dragons. After all, the dragons themselves have the 10 ancestral dragons, the patriarchs, and various elders. They're all at the imperishable realm. Apart from them, there are also humans who entered the divine dragon island from the dragon god palace. These humans are also at the imperishable realm. And we don't know how many there are. So, we have to strengthen our own strength. Qin Feiyang said. Old thing, you should know how many imperishable realm experts there are on the divine dragon island, right? Madman turned to look at Beast Emperor and said. Old thing. Beast Emperor's face darkened. If there's something to ask, he's a senior. If there's nothing to ask, he's an old thing. Why is he so realistic? I don't know the exact number, but according to my estimation, there's at least this number. Beast Emperor stretched out a thumb. 10. Madman frowned. 10. What are you thinking about? The 10 ancestral dragons are already 10, okay? Beast Emperor rolled his eyes. Madman smiled embarrassedly and said, 100. 100. Then you have to look down on the dragons. Beast Emperor said. Madman frowned and said, 1,000. Yes. Beast Emperor nodded. Damn. Madman was dumbfounded. This was too terrifying. Qin Feiyang said, this 1,000 should only be at the half-step imperishable realm, right? How do you know? Beast Emperor was surprised. Feng Dazhi said so. Hue Yi and I asked him before, and he said that there are at least 1,000 half-step imperishable realm experts on the divine dragon island. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. If we add the initial, small, and large, there's no doubt that there are even more. For example, many of the elders of the various clans are at the initial stage imperishable realm. And the patriarchs of the various clans are all at the small stage imperishable realm. Beast Emperor said. Damn it. Isn't this too outrageous? It seems that our strength is far inferior to theirs. Madman said. So, we have to take this opportunity to strengthen our strength. Qin Feiyang said. How? Madman was suspicious. Among the people who entered the Nether King's Hell this time, there are some hidden supreme experts. These supreme experts don't belong to the dragons, nor do they belong to the Dragon Slayer Palace. We can take this opportunity to recruit all of them. Qin Feiyang said. I don't think there are many. That's because I know almost all of the reclusive supreme experts. There are no more than 100 of them in the entire divine land. And they are all smart people. The dragons suddenly opened the Nether King's hell. They must be plotting something. So I guess that only a few people will enter the Nether King's hell. Furthermore, he will definitely change his appearance and keep a low profile after entering the hell of the underworld. It will be difficult to find them. Beast Emperor shook his head. Chapter 2705. We'll recruit as many as we can. As for finding them, actually, it's not difficult. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Beast Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. How could such a difficult thing not be difficult in Qin Feiyang's eyes? Let me ask you, why would experts at their level enter the Nether King's hell? Qin Feiyang said. Of course, it's because of the inheritance of the heaven-defying divine objects and the power of laws. The Beast Emperor said without hesitation. Yes. Only the heaven-defying divine objects and the power of laws can arouse the interest of the supreme experts of the eternal realm. Then why don't we use this to make them come to us? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Come to us. The Beast Emperor was slightly stunned and said, You mean, use the heaven-defying divine objects to lure them? That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Okay. I'm confused. You didn't even think of such a simple reason. The Beast Emperor shook his head. You're not confused. You're stupid. Otherwise, how could you fall into our hands? The white-eyed wolf suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him with disdain. The Beast Emperor's mouth twitched. Each of them was really sharp-tongued. They had already become a family. Couldn't they save him some face? What's with that look? Although you're in the imperishable stage, you still have to call me Big Brother here. The white-eyed wolf said. Brother. The Beast Emperor was speechless. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You don't agree? The white-eyed wolf glared and shouted, Little Qin Zi, little lunatic, go and bite him. Looking for a beating? Qin Feiyang and the Beast Emperor glared at him. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Seeing that the situation was not good, the white-eyed wolf immediately smiled apologetically. What a piece of work. The Beast Emperor shook his head. Qin Feiyang glared at the white-eyed wolf and said, Senior Yu King, can you come in for a moment? Whoosh. A short while later, the Ghost King appeared in front of everyone. He swept his eyes over the auras of Qin Feiyang, the lunatic, and the white-eyed wolf, and said with a smile, You've all broken through. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and said, There's something I need your help with, and only you can help me. Speak. Yu Wang said with a smile. I want you to spread the news that there are a large number of heaven-defying divine artifacts in the Devil-Demon Forest, as well as the inheritance of the power of laws. Qin Feiyang said. The Yu King was taken aback, and he asked suspiciously, Why is that? Qin Feiyang briefly explained the plan. I see. All right. This king will have Xue Da and the others make the arrangements. Yu Wang said. I'll have to trouble you then. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. It's just a small matter. The Yu King waved his hands. Qin Feiyang said, How's the progress of the blood collection? About this king doesn't know yet. After all, you know that we can't send messages to the Hell King. We can only know when the people we sent out come back. Are you in a hurry? The Yu King asked. I'm not in a hurry. How about this? When the blood is collected, get someone to send it to the Godfiend Square and leave it to me. Qin Feiyang said. The Yu King was stunned and said, In that case, you're planning to leave. There was a trace of reluctance in his expression. Although he had not known Qin Feiyang for long, he really treated Qin Feiyang as a friend. It will take some time to spread the news. Therefore, I won't leave for the time being. I'm planning to stay here and study the deity techniques. I'll also take a stroll around the ancient city. I've been here for so long. I've either been dealing with matters outside or cultivating in seclusion. I've never taken a good look around the ancient city. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. That's great. This king will personally accompany you to walk around. The Yu King smiled from the bottom of his heart. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. After the Yu King left, Qin Feiyang sat cross-legged on the ground and continued to comprehend the Guiyuan swordsmanship, ruins of end, eclipse of sun and moon. Because these 3 deity techniques were only at the legendary level. Now that he had time, he might as well upgrade them to the supreme level. Then there was the rising dragon tactic and concealment tactic. These 2 deity techniques still had a lot of room for improvement. Qin Feiyang, you can't just build a cart behind closed doors. Why don't we have a spa? Frenzy suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang sneakily and said. Huh? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He opened his eyes and looked at Frenzy with a smile. Sure, I was just worried that I wouldn't have a sparring partner. Fighting was the fastest way to upgrade a deity technique. Back then, these deity techniques like the Dragon God technique were upgraded from his battle with the Fire Lotus. Then let's do it. Frenzy looked at Qin Feiyang provocatively. All right. Qin Feiyang immediately stood up and went all out. Guiyuan swordsmanship, ruins of end, eclipse of sun and moon were all unleashed. A terrifying divine aura suddenly spread out in all directions. The ancient city of the Yu King was a supreme level artifact and was very resistant, so there was no need to worry about it being destroyed by the shockwaves of the battle. Wait a minute, let's say in advance that you can't activate your battle soul. Frenzy shouted. Aren't you talking nonsense? Is there a need to activate your battle soul to spar? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Little guy, you've been fooled. Frenzy suddenly laughed sinisterly and directly activated the blood demon domain. Qin Feiyang's cultivation immediately began to plummet. Lower 9th Heaven Realm, Initial 9th Heaven Realm, Half-Step 9th Heaven Realm, Perfected Paragon God, that's right. His cultivation plummeted straight to Perfected Paragon God. Haha, see how I'm going to beat you up? Frenzy laughed and pounced forward like lightning, sending Qin Feiyang flying with a slap. Bastard! Didn't you say that I can't activate my battle soul? Qin Feiyang roared angrily. Is the blood demon domain a battle soul? This is a divine art, okay? Frenzy said proudly. Ah. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The blood demon domain was a divine art, not a battle soul. Therefore, Frenzy didn't break the rules by activating the blood demon domain. Had he been tricked? Little Frenzy, quickly beat him up, I've long found him an eyesore, don't be polite with me. White-Eyed Wolf also wanted to see the world in chaos and howled continuously. I promise I won't disappoint you. Frenzy smiled at White-Eyed Wolf and kicked him again. Puff. Qin Feiyang immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood and his entire body smashed into the wall behind him like a meteorite. Yes. That's it. Beat him to death. White-Eyed Wolf jumped up and down excitedly. Beat him to death. Beast Emperor's face twitched when he heard this. Those who didn't know would think that there was a blood feud between them. What kind of people were they? When they were on good terms, they were closer than blood brothers and were even willing to die for each other. When they were bad, they were worse than anyone else. Was he really old, or were these young people too avant-garde? He didn't understand. White-Eyed Wolf, if you dare to yell again, I'll beat you up. Qin Feiyang said angrily. He had unknowingly been tricked by Frenzy. Beat me up. I'll beat you up first. The White-Eyed Wolf bared its fangs. Then, it turned into a streamer of light, and kicked Qin Feiyang's body. Puff. Qin Feiyang spurted out another mouthful of blood and flew to the opposite side. A perfected paragon god dares to be arrogant. Aren't you looking for a beating? Ha ha, Frenzy laughed and rushed to the other party, kicking him too. Qin Feiyang turned in the air and flew toward White-Eyed Wolf. The next scene was interesting. Qin Feiyang was like a rubber ball, being kicked around by Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf. I don't understand. Beast Emperor shook his head and sighed. He turned and walked to the side, leaning against the wall and watching this scene speechlessly. The first level. Hearing the commotion, King Yu waved his hand and the scene of the second level appeared. When he saw what happened on the second level, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This group of people was indeed a little unpredictable. Immediately, King Yu dispersed the scene and walked out of the hall, shouting, 10 commanders, come here quickly. Whoosh. Not long later. Deity and the others flew through the air and landed on the square in front of the hall. Go and make the arrangements immediately. Say that the forest of gods and devils has the inheritance of heaven-defying artifacts and the power of laws. You must spread it to the entire hell in the shortest time possible. King Yu instructed. What are you doing? Deity was suspicious. This is Brother Qin's plan. Just do as he says. King Yu said. All right. The 10 of them nodded and left at lightning speed. You're really something. You do whatever Qin Feiyang asks you to do. If others see you, they will think that you're his lackey. You're really making the blood demons proud. The blood-red clothed old man walked out from the side and snorted coldly at King Yu. Lord Father, you're overthinking things. Friends should help each other. Isn't that right? King Yu smiled bitterly. You treat him as a friend, but he might not treat you as a friend. The blood-red clothed old man said. You're prejudiced against him. King Yu was displeased. I think you've been bewitched by him. The blood-red clothed old man snorted. King Yu frowned and walked to the front of the blood-red clothed old man. Lord Father, tell me honestly, why are you so insistent on possessing frenzy? And the blood demon tower, ever since you obtained the blood demon tower, it has never disobeyed your wishes. But this time, why did he choose to abandon you and leave with frenzy? King Yu was puzzled. Hearing this, the blood-red clothed old man fell silent. Father, although we've been separated for a long time, I'm still your son, and you're still my father. Shouldn't father and son be honest with each other? King Yu sighed. Phew. The blood-red clothed old man took a deep breath and looked at King Yu. Do you really want to know? Yes. King Yu nodded. The blood-red clothed old man said, then come closer. King Yu did as he was told and moved closer to the blood-red clothed old man. The blood-red clothed old man muttered a few words in King Yu's ear. What? King Yu exclaimed, his face full of shock. Now you know why I want to possess him, the blood-red clothed old man said. Yes. King Yu nodded and turned to look at the second floor, his eyes filled with disbelief. But then, he looked at the blood-red clothed old man and said, if what you said is true, then all the more you can't do this. What do you know? Only by possessing him can I truly control the blood demon tower. The most important thing is still the source of evil. In this world, only he can control the source of evil. And the source of evil can only be heard by him. As long as I control the blood demon tower and the source of evil, then in the future, I'll definitely be able to defeat the dragon god and replace the dragon god to become the new ruler of hell, the blood-red clothed old man said in a deep voice. Chapter 2706. Defeat the dragon god, replace the dragon god and become the new ruler of the Nether King Hell. Father, I didn't expect you to have such ambition. When King Yu heard this, he wasn't happy at all. Instead, he looked angry. Don't you want to truly rule the Nether King Hell? Don't you want to defeat the dragon god and give the blood demon race true peace? The blood-red old man shouted. I do. But we can rely on our own efforts. King Yu said. Rely on our own efforts? Now that there are restrictions, you can't even reach the half-step Undying Realm, and you still want to defeat the dragon god? Don't you think it's funny? The blood-red old man sneered. Even if you succeed in seizing the body, can you break the restrictions? If you can't break the restrictions, you still can't defeat the dragon god. King Yu shook his head. Then I can at least leave the Nether King Hell and go to the ancient world to cultivate. As long as I go to the ancient world, even if I cultivate from the beginning, I can return to my peak state. I can even surpass the peak and break through to the perfection Undying Realm. In short, it's better than waiting for death in the Nether King Hell. The blood-red old man snorted. No matter what you say, I won't agree. I believe it's not just me. Our blood demon race won't agree either. According to human words, you're deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. King Yu's attitude was very firm, and the blood-red old man was helpless. Sigh. Looking at the blood-red old man's expression, King Yu sighed and said, Father, trust me this time. Don't think so much in the future. Qin Feiyang and Madman will definitely help our blood demon race regain our freedom. You can enjoy your old age in peace. If you're really bored, I'll go find a wife and give birth to a chubby boy. You can play with your grandson when you're free. Isn't that great? King Yu smiled. Useless. The blood-red old man snorted and left angrily. Why are you leaving? I'm telling you the truth. Don't you want a grandson at all? King Yu smiled. Get lost. The blood-robed old man shouted without turning his head. Looking at the back view of the blood-red clothed old man, Yu Wang could not help but reveal a smug smile. 6 months later. Shuegang, one-eyed giant, Luo Tian City's city lord, Shui Laosha, these people who were familiar with Qin Feiyang all came to the ancient city of King Yu one after another. He heard that Qin Feiyang was leaving, so he wanted to see him off in person. Half a year had passed. The Blood Demon tribe had deliberately spread the news that there was a heaven-defying divine object in the divine demon forest. The inheritance of nomological laws had already spread throughout the underworld king's hell. Those who were still alive were practically all rushing towards the godfiend forest. The second level. Half a year had passed in the outside world, which meant tens of thousands of years had passed in the second level. Qin Feiyang had also successfully raised his Guiyuan sword technique, Ruins of End technique, Eclipse of the Sun and Moon to the supremacy level. This was especially true for the Guiyuan sword art. Under Qin Feiyang's painstaking research, he had created an ultimate killing move. Qin Feiyang once again increased the power of the Rising Dragon secret art and the concealment art. But this time, what he increased was not the number of times. In other words, the current Rising Dragon secret art could only increase his power by 2 small realms. The concealment art could only be activated twice a day. But the time was different now. Whether it was the Rising Dragon secret art or the concealment art, they had both been increased to 2 hours. That's right. In the past, the Rising Dragon secret art and the concealment art could only be activated for an hour. But now, they could be activated for 2 hours. Moreover, even when facing a battle of the same realm at close range, the concealment art's state of invisibility would not be broken. It could be said that these 2 deity arts had undergone brand new changes under Qin Feiyang's diligent research. On this day, Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, and Beast Emperor left the second level. During this period of time, the White-Eyed Wolf also seemed to be studying the deity arts, but it still maintained its mysteriousness. Frenzy and Qin Feiyang had asked it several times, but it only replied with one sentence. It was a secret. And Frenzy naturally wasn't idle either. According to Qin Feiyang's inquiry, Frenzy seemed to have created a brand new move. In other words, now the Blood Demon art had more than 5 moves, it had a total of 6 moves. Frenzy had also renamed the Blood Demon art to the Blood Demon 6 moves. However, until now, Qin Feiyang still didn't know what the 5th move was, let alone the 6th move. Frenzy had always kept the 6th move a secret. Blood Shield. Blood 10th. Luo Tian City Lord. And the Cyclops. When he saw these 4 people, Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He hurriedly went up and smiled. Why are you here? We heard that you were about to leave, so we came to send you off. The Cyclops smiled. You're too polite. Qin Feiyang was very touched. The Blood Demon race was indeed a group of people who valued friendship and loyalty. Just like the Luo Tian City Lord. He had only stayed in Luo Tian Ancient City for a short period of time. Their relationship was at most ordinary friends. But now, knowing that he was about to leave, the Luo Tian City Lord had personally come from afar to send him off. Humans really couldn't be compared to the Blood Demon race. No matter how good the relationship between humans was on the surface, they might stab you in the back one day. But the Blood Demon race. As long as you could get their recognition, you would be their friend forever. They wouldn't change because of anything and wouldn't plot against you behind your back. So, he had to cherish the friendship of the Blood Demon race. Brother Qin, Brother Frenzy, when do you plan to leave? King Yu asked with a smile. Since Bloodshield and the rest are here, then we'll be thick-skinned and stay for a few more days. Qin Feiyang smiled. Haha, what do you mean by being thick-skinned? We're more than happy. Bloodshield laughed. He and Qin Feiyang had gone through hardships together. They had experienced life and death together, so their relationship was naturally deeper. It could be said that, in Bloodshield's eyes, Qin Feiyang was his brother. All right then. We'll accompany Brother Qin and the rest to have fun these few days. Shui Da, prepare the banquet immediately. King Yu instructed. Okay. Shui Da nodded. Banquet. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He had experienced the banquet of the blood demon race when he was in Luotian ancient city. No matter if it was food or wine, they all contained evil power. To humans, such a banquet was a slow-acting poison. However, it was difficult to refuse their hospitality. Besides, he couldn't refuse these kind and adorable blood demons. It's okay. You can eat and drink as much as you want. Frenzy patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and chuckled. That's right. With me and little Frenzy around, are you still afraid of the evil powers? White-Eyed Wolf said proudly. Ha. Qin Feiyang laughed loudly. That was true. With White-Eyed Wolf and Frenzy around, what was the evil powers? For the next few days, the ancient city of King Yu was filled with jubilation. However, the blood-red clothed old man did not appear. It was as if he had entered the second level to reconstruct his physical body. In fact, he deliberately avoided Qin Feiyang and the rest. Because every time he saw Frenzy, he couldn't help but go crazy. Thus, he waited for Frenzy to leave the second level before entering. Happy times always passed quickly. 5 days later. Outside the city, Qin Feiyang, Frenzy, Beast Emperor, White-Eyed Wolf, Wang Ming, and Yang Li stood together. Opposite them, King Yu stood in the wind and smiled. Brother Qin, Brother Frenzy, I won't be sending you off personally. You can just send us off here. Qin Feiyang smiled. King Yu said, take care. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at them one by one. King Yu, Cyclops, Shui Gang, Shui Larosha, Luotian City Lord, the 10 commanders, there were also the countless blood demons behind them. Thank you for taking care of us all these years. I, Qin Feiyang, will always remember this favor. You guys take care too. Because we'll meet again in the future. Also, I promise you that the next time we meet, the blood demons will regain their freedom. Qin Feiyang's voice was sonorous and forceful. This was his first real promise to the blood demon race. Similarly, it also proved his determination. Okay. King Yu nodded repeatedly. This was what he had been waiting for. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and turned to Frenzy with a smile. Let's go then. Take care. Frenzy cupped his fists and smiled at King Yu and the rest before turning to leave resolutely. After being together for so long, he also had deep feelings for the blood demons. He was a little reluctant to leave. See you again. Beast Emperor looked at King Yu and smiled. See you again. King Yu nodded. There was originally a deep grudge between the two of them, but now that Beast Emperor was with Qin Feiyang, King Yu didn't pursue the matter. Furthermore, he also treated him as a friend. When you're free, go and find more heaven-defying treasures. Don't be so indifferent. If there's a battle in the future, I might need your help. Of course. When the time comes, if you want to give them to me, I won't stand on ceremony. White-Eyed Wolf looked at King Yu and the rest and chuckled. Okay. King Yu nodded. Let's go. The ingrate yelled out in high spirits, then turned around and left. Wang Ming and the other two nodded at King Yu and also turned to leave. Qin Feiyang looked at White-Eyed Wolf's back and shook his head with a smile. Then, he looked at King Yu and said, remember to send the blood to me after you're done collecting it. Okay. King Yu nodded and also looked up at Frenzy's back. He said telepathically, Brother Qin, please take good care of Frenzy. Huh? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why did he suddenly say that? You'll understand in the future. King Yu smiled. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Shui Gang and the rest. He cupped his fists and said, everyone, let's part ways here. Take care. Everyone also cupped their fists and sent him off according to human etiquette. Qin Feiyang looked at King Yu's ancient city again with a faint smile on his face. Then, he turned and quickly left under the gazes of King Yu and the rest. Father, did you hear Qin Feiyang's promise? How can we let down such a person? After Qin Feiyang and the rest disappeared, King Yu lowered his head and looked at a certain part of the city below. The blood-red old man was standing in the crowd. Faced with King Yu's question, the blood-red old man was silent. After a long while, he snorted coldly and said, "A human's promise is nonsense. It's worthless. Only idiots like you would be stupid enough to believe it." With that, he turned and walked toward the palace without looking back. The blood demons in front all retreated to the side. Everyone was still in awe of such an old clan leader. "Worthless," King Yu murmured. He raised his head again and looked in the direction where Qin Feiyang and the rest had disappeared. He smiled and said, "Then let's wait and see." Chapter 2707. In the sky above a mountain range, Qin Feiyang and the others were moving as fast as lightning. To be honest, I didn't have a good impression of the Blood Demon clan before. I thought they were all violent and rude guys. But after spending some time with them, I realized that they are kinder than us. Wang Ming shook his head. "Yes, we're lucky to be friends with them." Yang Li also nodded. "You should be lucky that you surrendered to us. Otherwise, would you have the chance to be friends with the Blood Demon clan?" The white-eyed wolf said. "Yes, yes." The two of them were stunned and quickly nodded. The white-eyed wolf glanced at the Beast Emperor and said, "Little Lin, shouldn't you show us something?" "Little Lin?" The Beast Emperor froze. What kind of name was that? "You're a fire Qilin. Is it wrong for me to call you Little Lin? How about I call you Little Fire or Little Qilin?" The white-eyed wolf asked. "Little Fire, Little Qilin?" The Beast Emperor's mouth twitched and he said helplessly, "Then just call me Little Lin." "What do you mean by show us something? Why are you so stupid? Look at me, Little Crazy, and Little Qin Zi. We're only at the 9th heaven stage. We definitely can't compare with you in speed. So you have to take us on the road," the white-eyed wolf said. "Okay." The Beast Emperor nodded and took everyone away at lightning speed. "That's it." The white-eyed wolf frowned. "What else?" The Beast Emperor looked at him suspiciously. "Can this be called show us something? The real show is to take us on the road," the white-eyed wolf said. "Take you on the road?" The Beast Emperor was stunned for a moment, but he soon understood and said angrily, "Don't even think about it. You want me to be your mount? No way. After all, I'm a superior at the 9th heaven stage. I'm also the venerable sovereign of the Dragon Slayer Palace. It's already unfair to submit to Qin Feiyang and listen to Qin Feiyang's orders. You want me to be your mount? Might as well kill him. Little Qin Zi, look at him. He still doesn't have any self-awareness. I might as well fulfill his wish and erase his soul." The white-eyed wolf pouted. "Wolf cub, I'm telling you, don't go too far. This is my bottom line," the Beast Emperor said with a dark expression. "You've already become our lackey, and you're still talking about your bottom line with us? Don't you think it's a little ridiculous?" The white-eyed wolf scoffed. "Bastard, do you want me to fall out with you?" The Beast Emperor roared. "Then go ahead. I want to see what kind of waves you can make." The white-eyed wolf was filled with disdain. In the face of this ingrate, the Beast Emperor was truly helpless. All right. Although the Beast Emperor was indeed hateful in the past, we are now family. There is no need to make things difficult for him. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Hateful indeed." The corner of the Beast Emperor's mouth twitched. "Are you speaking up for me?" Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Given your speed, how long will it take to get to the forest of gods and demons?" "At normal speed, it will take more than 90 years. If there are ferocious beasts blocking the way, it will definitely take longer," the Beast Emperor said. "Ferocious beasts definitely won't block the way now." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "What if we use the Supreme Auxiliary Divine Art the entire time? The Supreme Auxiliary Divine Art can increase our speed by 7 times. The Beast Emperor thought for a moment and said, "We can get there in a little over 10 years. All right then, you, Wang Ming, and Yang Li will take turns leading the way. Try to get to the forest of gods and demons as soon as possible. Also, the 3 of you need to change your appearances." Qin Feiyang said. "Do we still need to change our appearances?" Wang Ming was doubtful. "Of course." Chief Pavilion Master and the ancestral dragons still don't know that you've already submitted to me. And I believe that the ancestral dragons definitely won't let it go. When the time comes, we might as well give them a surprise. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. All right then, Wang Ming nodded. The two of them took the illusion elixirs and turned into two burly men. The Beast Emperor had a human form to begin with, so he also changed his appearance slightly. Senior brother Crazy, change your appearance too. After all, many people know that you and my other identity, Li Bure, are very close. If people know that you're with me, there will definitely be a lot of trouble when we return to Divine Land. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and said, You have the final say. Crazy took out an illusion elixir and threw it directly into his mouth. Looking at the four of them, Qin Feiyang said with a smile, This way, even when we return to Divine Land, no one will know about your relationship with me. The Beast Emperor frowned. Are you sure Yi Zhong won't leak it? Yes. When we return to Divine Land, everything will be the same as usual. Qin Feiyang nodded. I really hope you're not overconfident. The Beast Emperor shook his head. Then let's wait and see. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Boom. Half a month later. The group arrived in the sky above a desert. There were also battle fluctuations ahead. They looked at each other, restrained their auras, and flew over. Very soon. They saw a battlefield that was too horrible to look at. On the battlefield, yellow sand was flying. Hundreds of people were besieging two people. However, these hundreds of people, although they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, their faces were filled with fear at this moment. The two people on the other side were a blood-haired young man and a blurry blood shadow. The blood-haired young man's cultivation was not strong, but the blood shadow's strength was terrifying. Every time he attacked, one person would die. Furthermore, his killing methods were extremely cruel, tearing apart the other party's consciousness and devouring their soul. It's them. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. His strength has improved so quickly. Wang Ming looked at the blood-haired young man and could not help but frown. You know him? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The last time you went to look for them, I happened to be there too. And it was then that I followed you and Shui Gang all the way to Luotian Ancient City. Wang Ming nodded. I see. Qin Feiyang was suddenly enlightened. That was right. The blood-haired young man was Li Feng. As for the blood shadow, it was naturally the blood spirit that had been following Li Feng. Qin Feiyang looked at it for a while and frowned. Do you know what the hell this blood spirit is? No. I've never seen it before. The Beast Emperor shook his head and said, but, at this point, he could not help but frown, seeming a little confused. Just tell me. Qin Feiyang said. The Beast Emperor frowned and said, its aura seems a little familiar. Familiar? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. The Beast Emperor nodded. He had never seen it before, but it was a little familiar. Why did he have such a contradictory feeling? Before long, hundreds of people were slaughtered by the blood spirit. It feels like it's being devoured. This time, you will definitely be able to break through. The blood spirit laughed sinisterly. Li Feng nodded, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glint. A wave of blood emerged from his body and pounced on the sea of corpses below. Very quickly, all the flesh and blood was devoured by Li Feng, leaving behind a pile of white bones. This method, the Beast Emperor's gaze trembled. It's a little scary. The madman and the white-eyed wolf could not help but mutter. Boom. After devouring everyone's flesh and blood, Li Feng's aura skyrocketed. Before long, he successfully broke through. This is a perfected divine lord. Wang Ming exclaimed inwardly. Is there a problem? Seeing Wang Ming's huge reaction, Yang Li looked at him suspiciously. Of course there's a problem. Because the last time I saw him, he was only a low-level divine lord. How long has it been? He soared all the way to a perfected divine lord. This speed is ridiculously fast. Wang Ming was shocked. It can't be. Hearing this, Yang Li was also dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang frowned. Devouring flesh and blood to strengthen himself, how many people had they killed in the past few years? There's someone. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Li Feng suddenly looked in the direction of Qin Feiyang and the others. When he saw Qin Feiyang, his expression froze. Isn't it better to have someone? If one comes, we'll kill one. If two come, we'll kill two. The blood spirit laughed sinisterly and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the others. What? It's him. When he saw that it was Qin Feiyang, the blood spirit's expression changed abruptly. Let's go, Qin Feiyang said. Wang Ming led everyone and flew toward Li Feng and the others. Blood spirit, what should we do? Li Feng was extremely flustered. Although they had fallen out long ago, he still could not help but panic when facing Qin Feiyang head-on. He was like a child who had done something wrong and suddenly found an adult beside him. Don't be afraid. He definitely won't kill you. The blood spirit thought and entered Li Feng's body decisively. Because he could see that Qin Feiyang was quite disgusted with him. If he continued to stay outside, it was very likely that he would anger Qin Feiyang. Very impressive. After not seeing you for a few years, you've already broken through to great perfection, godly lord. At this rate, you'll be able to break through to great perfection 9 heavens realm by the time you leave hell. But, is this really what you want to see? What's the difference between you and the dragons who bully others and commit all kinds of crimes? Qin Feiyang pointed at the bones below and said to Li Feng. They're just some ants. What's the matter? Li Feng snorted coldly. Ants, Qin Feiyang murmured and shook his head. Don't forget that you also climbed up step by step from an ant. Yes. Compared to you, I'm just an ant. But so what? If you can become so strong, so can I. Also, don't use this benevolent face to teach me a lesson. Haven't you killed a lot of creatures when you activated the killer domain? Li Feng said angrily. He was originally very flustered, but when he heard Qin Feiyang's words, his rebellious heart was immediately aroused. Qin Feiyang was silent. It seemed that he was indeed not qualified to teach Li Feng a lesson. Because he was an executioner whose hands were stained with blood. Fine. I don't care about you. But don't forget the promise you made to Shuegang back then. Qin Feiyang exhaled and looked at Li Feng. Don't worry. I'll remember Shuegang's kindness of not killing us. Since then, we haven't hurt a single ferocious beast. As for the blood demon race, when we see them, we avoid them even more. So, I didn't break my promise back then. Li Feng said. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Wang Ming. Let's go. Yes. Wang Ming responded respectfully, then led everyone to fly past Li Feng. Chapter 2708. Who? Seeing Qin Feiyang leave, Li Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Frankly speaking, he was still a little scared. Like a child, even if he was in his rebellious phase, he still had an innate reverence for his parents. Wait. But suddenly, Beast Emperor suddenly roared and looked down at the white bones below. Li Feng shuddered at the sudden roar, and his heart, which had just been put at ease, jumped into his throat again. Qin Feiyang and the others were also startled, and turned to look suspiciously at Beast Emperor. It wasn't common for a grand venerable beast to lose his composure like this. Beast Emperor looked at the white bones and didn't speak for a long time, but his eyes gradually filled with bewilderment. Little Lin, is there a problem? White-eyed Wolf couldn't help asking suspiciously. Beast Emperor turned a deaf ear. All of a sudden, he looked up at Li Feng and asked, what about their souls? Did you devour them too? No. Li Feng instinctively shook his head. But when he came back to his senses, he became angry. Why did he have to answer this person? What does it have to do with you? Swish. The Beast Emperor arrived in front of Li Feng in a single step. He grabbed Li Feng's clothes and said in a low voice, Kid, you better tell me the truth. Otherwise, even if the young lord helps you, I'll still kill you. His tone was bone-chilling. Li Feng instantly stiffened. Madman looked at Li Feng and Beast Emperor and whispered, it looks like something big is going on. It looks like it to me too. Wang Ming nodded. Speak. Beast Emperor roared, his eyes overflowing with murderous intent. Li Feng couldn't help panicking again as he shook his head. It wasn't me, I could only devour their flesh and blood. Then what about their souls? Beast Emperor shouted. Li Feng said, it's blood, blood spirit, Blood spirit? Beast Emperor raised his eyebrows and let go of Li Feng. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and Wang Ming and asked, Blood spirit can devour souls? That's right. He will devour the souls of any living creature that dies in his hands. Qin Feiyang nodded. He already knew about this. Wang Ming also knew. Devour souls, devouring flesh and blood, sanguis. The Beast Emperor lowered his head as if he was searching for memories that had been sealed away for a long time. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, their hearts full of doubts. What was going on? It's him. Suddenly, the Beast Emperor's body shook, and then he raised his head to look at Li Feng and said, I was wondering why it felt slightly familiar. So it's you. What do you mean? It's me. Li Feng was somewhat baffled. The Beast Emperor shouted, Shut up, I'm not talking to you. Then who are you talking to? Li Feng looked at the Beast Emperor suspiciously. Suddenly, he thought of something and frowned. Sanguis. The Beast Emperor didn't want to see him at all. He said, Sanguis, stop hiding. Come out. Seems like he knows the origin of the blood spirits. Madman muttered. I'm really curious. Who exactly is this Xueling? The white-eyed wolf grumbled. Qin Feiyang, Wang Ming, and Yang Li were also curious. Whoosh. Sanguis appeared in front of Li Feng and looked at the Beast Emperor suspiciously, as if he was also puzzled. The Beast Emperor stared at Sanguis, and a cold smile gradually appeared in his eyes. Who exactly is he? Qin Feiyang walked to the Beast Emperor's side and asked suspiciously. The Beast Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang, then looked at Sanguis again and said word by word, he has a famous name, Ancestor Sanguis. Ancestor Sanguis? Qin Feiyang, Madman, and the white-eyed wolf were stunned. This name was actually quite awesome. What? His ancestor Sanguis? Wang Ming and Yang Li exclaimed as they ran to the Beast Emperor's side and sized up Sanguis in shock. You guys also know about Ancestor Sanguis? Qin Feiyang looked at the two. I've heard of him, but I've never seen him. The two said. At the same time, seeing the Beast Emperor reveal his identity, Sanguis trembled slightly. I really didn't expect that after so many years, I could still see you again. The Beast Emperor sneered, and his tone became even colder. Is there some misunderstanding? I'm not Ancestor Sanguis. I've never heard of Ancestor Sanguis before. Sanguis said. The Beast Emperor sneered. Stop pretending. I won't mistake your aura. It's just that it's been too long, and I didn't think of it before. What nonsense are you talking about? Also, who are you? Why do you say that I'm Ancestor Sanguis? Sanguis said in an impatient tone. Are you really going to play dumb? The Beast Emperor frowned and threw a punch at Sanguis. What are you doing? Sanguis retreated in shock and anger. What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to beat you until you reveal your true form. The Beast Emperor sneered and used an auxiliary technique. An invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas shattered the void. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Sanguis met the Beast Emperor's fist with his palm. Boom! A destructive aura immediately spread out in all directions. Sanguis' human form was almost destroyed by the Beast Emperor's punch. So it's a soul form. The Beast Emperor nodded. Soul form? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. In other words, this Sanguis was just a strand of his soul? What are you trying to do? Sanguis roared. His tone seemed to be very anxious. The Beast Emperor was silent. He took another step forward and threw a punch at Sanguis. Don't go too far. Sanguis roared. The Beast Emperor snorted. Divine energy surged in his palm, and a destructive aura shrouded the surroundings. You're still using divine energy? Sanguis was shocked. He suddenly turned into a bloody light and rushed toward the Beast Emperor's glabella. His speed was shockingly fast. He was like a completely different person from before. Even Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf couldn't keep up with Sanguis' speed. Are you trying to silence me? The Beast Emperor sneered. A flame rushed out from his glabella toward the bloody light. That flame was Qilin fire. Qilin fire was one of the most terrifying divine fires in the world. It had the terrifying ability to incinerate everything. Sanguis immediately howled, and his soul form dissipated by a third. Immediately after, Sanguis turned around and rushed to Li Feng. He then swept Li Feng up and started to flee without looking back. The Beast Emperor looked at Wang Ming and Yang Li and shouted, "Don't let him escape." Understood. The two of them nodded. Using their support-type divine arts, they chased after him from the left and right. The Beast Emperor also waved his hand and brought Qin Fei Yang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf with him. "Little Lin, what the hell is this blood ancestor? Why are you so concerned about him?" The white-eyed wolf was puzzled. The Beast Emperor pondered for a while and sighed. "Not many people know the name Blood Ancestor now." "Why? If even you care so much, he must be very famous." The white-eyed wolf said. "That's right. He's very famous. At that time, there was no one who didn't know about it." The Beast Emperor nodded. The madman said, "From what you're saying, he's someone from a long time ago." "Yes. 100 million years ago." The Beast Emperor said. "No way." Qin Fei Yang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf were dumbfounded. 100 million years ago, that was too long ago. At that time, the blood ancestor's status in the ancient world was comparable to mine now. The Beast Emperor said. "Damn. This is too crazy. He's a living fossil." The madman was shocked. "He's someone from the previous era. In short, his strength is far beyond your imagination. I don't know if it's good or bad for Li Feng to follow him." The Beast Emperor shook his head. "The previous era?" Qin Fei Yang was slightly stunned, and then he turned to look at Madman and asked, "Do you remember that when we were in the Northern Territory and entered the extreme west and encountered the Grey Castle, he seemed to have said the words in the previous era?" "Did he?" The madman was stunned. "Yes. Don't you remember that he opened a barrier called the Realm of Death? This Realm of Death can summon a lot of puppets. At that time, we were wondering why he had so many powerful puppets. But he said, in the previous era, there were as many paragon gods as dogs. He also said that although the previous era ended 100 million years ago, the living beings of the previous era did not go extinct. At that time, we asked him what the previous era was. He said that with our cultivation, we were not qualified to know these secrets." Qin Fei Yang said. The madman thought carefully and nodded. "I think so, but he seemed to be talking about the previous era. Isn't that the same thing?" Qin Fei Yang was speechless. "So, the Blood Ancestor and the Grey Castle are people of the same era?" The madman said. "The Grey Castle?" The Beast Emperor was slightly taken aback. He looked at the two suspiciously and asked, "What is that?" "You don't know?" Qin Fei Yang was surprised. "I don't know." The Beast Emperor shook his head. "That's not right. Didn't the Grey Castle enter the Divine Land with the Blood Ancestor's divine artifact and Mu Tianyang's divine artifact? The Blood Ancestor's divine artifact has returned to his side, so shouldn't the Grey Castle be in the dragon-slaying palace now?" Qin Fei Yang asked. "I didn't see the Grey Castle in the dragon-slaying palace." The Beast Emperor shook his head. "What's going on? The Grey Castle isn't in the dragon-slaying palace?" Qin Fei Yang frowned. Suddenly, he patted his head. The Grey Castle was indeed not in the dragon-slaying palace. Back in the Sky Dragon Sea, Qin Batian personally said that the Grey Castle and the Blood Ancestor weren't with him, but too much time had passed and his memory was a little blurry, so he couldn't remember for a while. Since they weren't together, they naturally couldn't be in the dragon-slaying palace. It was normal that the Beast Emperor didn't know. However, where did the Grey Castle go? He hadn't seriously thought about this question. "We'll talk about the Grey Castle later. Let's talk about the Blood Ancestor first. Since he's a peerless almighty from 100 million years ago, why is he still alive in this world? How do you know him? Could it be that you're also from the previous era?" The lunatic looked at the Beast Emperor and asked. "Me? I'm definitely not from the previous era. After all, that's 100 million years ago." The Beast Emperor shook his head. "Since you're not, how do you know him? How can you tell his identity from his aura?" The lunatic looked at him suspiciously. "Because I saw him 1,000,000 years ago." The Beast Emperor said. 1,000,000 years ago? The lunatic was stunned. "That's right." The Beast Emperor nodded. Hurry up and tell us in detail. The lunatic urged. There must be a story behind this. Otherwise, why would the Beast Emperor be so angry? Chapter 2709. The Beast Emperor clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shining with hatred. But gradually, the light faded, his hands loosened, and he shook his head. I don't want to talk about the past. Madman was stunned. White-Eyed Wolf and Qin Fei Yang were also speechless. Their curiosity had already been piqued, but he didn't say anything. Wasn't he deliberately keeping them in suspense? But it could also be seen that Blood Ancestor must have done something to hurt the Beast Emperor. Young Master, it seems that we can't catch up. He has also activated some kind of supreme auxiliary divine art. Wang Ming's voice suddenly sounded in front. Qin Fei Yang was stunned and looked up. As expected, Blood Spirit's speed was not inferior to Wang Ming and Li Feng's. We must stop him and ask him where his real body is hiding. The Beast Emperor said in a deep voice. This is a little difficult. Wang Ming and Li Feng looked at each other and shook their heads. Qin Fei Yang said, No hurry, take it slow, I have a way. Okay. The two nodded. What do you have? The Beast Emperor looked at him suspiciously. Don't forget. We are now friends of the Blood Demon race. As Qin Fei Yang spoke, he scanned the desert ahead. Friends of the Blood Demon race? The Beast Emperor was stunned. Did this have anything to do with chasing Blood Spirit? Time flew by. Half an hour passed. A group of people left the desert and entered the sky above a mountain. In the mountains rose and fell, and the peaks overlapped. Even from afar, one could feel the ferocious aura from the mountains. This was the aura of fierce beasts. Most of them were of the ninth heaven realm. There was even the fierce power of the great perfection ninth heaven realm. Beast King of this place, I am Qin Fei Yang. Please help me stop the two in front. Suddenly, Qin Fei Yang roared, his voice like a bell, spreading in all directions. The Beast Emperor and the others looked at Qin Fei Yang in astonishment. Blood Spirit and Li Feng were bewildered. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by a loud beast roar, a giant tiger rushed out from a mountain in front of them. Its body size was dozens of meters. His hair looked as if it had been soaked in blood. His blood-red eyes seemed to be condensed from baleful aura. Looking at him from afar, one couldn't help but feel fear. And its cultivation was shockingly at the great perfection nine heavens stage. Qin Fei Yang? The Crimson Tiger looked at Qin Fei Yang's group and asked, Which one of you is Qin Fei Yang? Me. Qin Fei Yang said. The Blood-Red Tiger asked, What proof do you have? Although the living beings of hell knew that there was a human called Qin Fei Yang, many of them didn't know what Qin Fei Yang looked like. You need proof. Qin Fei Yang felt rather helpless. He pointed at Sanguis and Li Feng and said, Help me stop them. Without proof, how would I know if you're an imposter? The Crimson Tiger refused. Qin Fei Yang's mood was very depressed. This was just like the unicorn back then. He had to prove himself. But what proof did he have? King Yu didn't give him any proof. I'm really Qin Fei Yang. If you don't make a move, I'll tell Senior King Yu to deal with you. Qin Fei Yang threatened. He could only use this method to let the Crimson Tiger make the first move. King Yu. Hearing this name, the Crimson Tiger's pupils immediately shrank and said, All right, I'll believe you for now. Immediately, it lowered its head to look at the mountains below and roared, Guys, come out and stop them. Roar. At that moment, accompanied by deafening roars, ferocious beasts rushed out from the mountains one after another. The beasts that rushed out were basically all at the Great Perfection Nine Heavens stage. There were more than 200 of them. It's them. The Crimson Tiger stared at Sanguis and Li Feng and shouted. Roar. Immediately, the 200 ferocious beasts spread out in all directions, sealing off the space in front and on both sides. Bastard. Sanguis was furious and shouted, He's lying to you. He's not Qin Fei Yang. The Crimson Tiger was stunned. The 200 beasts also looked at each other. Was this really Qin Fei Yang? Don't be anxious. I'll prove it to you later. You mustn't let them escape because they are the people that Senior King Yu wants to kill. Qin Feiyang said. The humans that King Yu wants to kill? The Crimson Tiger was shocked. If it was true, wouldn't it anger King Yu if it let the two of them go? The consequences of angering King Yu, just thinking about it made the Crimson Tiger's scalp go numb. It shouted to the beasts, brace yourself. The 200 beasts stared at Li Feng and Sanguis fiercely. What should we do? Li Feng was a little flustered. Sanguis said in a low voice, what else can we do? Of course, we have to kill our way out. Kill our way out. Didn't we say that we won't harm the beasts of hell? If we kill our way out, Qin Dage. Li Feng turned to look at Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with respect. Qin Dage, you treat him as your big brother, but what does he treat you as? I think you still don't understand. In his eyes, you're not even comparable to these beasts. Sanguis shouted. Li Feng's eyes trembled. We'll talk about it later. They're the ones stopping us now. If we don't do anything, how are we going to escape? Sanguis sighed. He was also very puzzled. Who exactly was that person beside Qin Feiyang? He could actually recognize him. And judging from his appearance, he was not a kind person. All right, try not to kill them. Li Feng nodded helplessly. You won't achieve anything if you're indecisive. Let me tell you, if you continue to be like this, don't blame me for not helping you. Sanguis snorted. This is my principle. Shuegang let us go back then, so we have to fulfill our promise to him. If you can't even fulfill the most basic promise, then do you still deserve to be called a human? Li Feng said. Foolish beyond compare. Hopeless. Sanguis was about to go crazy. Who instilled such a stupid idea into this kid's head? Li Feng said, if you don't agree, I'll stay here and wait for my death. Okay. Sanguis nodded. It was also very helpless to meet such a stubborn kid. Boom. Sanguis made his move. A blood-red light appeared and pounced on the beasts in front of him like a wave. Roar. When the beasts in front saw this, they became ferocious. Divine energy surged and turned into a huge wave that blasted toward the blood-red light. Boom. A destructive aura immediately spread out in all directions. The blood-red light destroyed everything in its path. The divine energy was instantly shattered. The beasts also let out a miserable cry and were sent flying. However, it was not fatal. So strong. Qin Feiyang was surprised. One had to know that those ferocious beasts were all at the peak of the Nine Heavens realm. No matter how powerful Sanguis was, it was impossible for him to destroy all of them. You still dare to hurt them? When the blood-red tiger saw this scene, its eyes flashed fiercely. Roar. With a roar, the blood-red tiger took a step forward and landed in front of Sanguis and Li Feng. Don't come here to court death. Sanguis snorted. You're the one courting death. The blood-red tiger roared. Blood-red divine energy rushed out of its body like waves. In the next moment, a huge blood-red moon rose into the sky, emitting an aura that could destroy the world. This is a supreme killing skill. Sanguis exclaimed. A mere ferocious beast had actually mastered a supreme being killing technique. Li Feng's face could not help but turn pale. In the Nether King's hell, be it the Blood Demon tribe or the beasts, they were indeed not something the Divine Land could compare to. Boom. The blood-red moon carried a monstrous aura and suppressed Sanguis and Li Feng. Get lost. Sanguis roared. A blood-red light surged and a huge skull appeared. This skull was condensed from the blood-red light and was as huge as a mountain. From afar, it looked like a devil from hell, causing one to panic. Boom. The blood-red moon, the skull, the two colossal objects collided with a loud bang. The surrounding void immediately shattered violently. The mountains below also collapsed. The beast emperor in the mountains fled in fear. Poof! The blood-red tiger suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and its huge body retreated continuously. The blood-red moon also collapsed and shattered. Obviously, Sanguis was still stronger. I'm actually not his match. The blood-red tiger seemed very surprised by this outcome. However, although Sanguis was stronger, he was still forced to retreat a few steps. That's right, he's the blood ancestor. I remember that this deity art is a supreme being killing technique that he mastered. The Beast Emperor stared at the blood-red skull and roared. Sanguis suddenly turned to the Beast Emperor and said angrily, "Who the hell are you?" He had even seen his divine art before. The Beast Emperor did not reply and shouted, "Wang Ming, take this opportunity to trap him." "Understood." Wang Ming nodded. With a wave of his hand, the heaven and earth cage came crashing down. "You want to imprison me with this?" Sanguis smiled disdainfully and the skull suddenly blasted toward the heaven and earth cage. With a loud bang, the heaven and earth cage was smashed into pieces. "How is this possible?" Wang Ming was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang was also shocked. He had personally experienced Wang Ming's heaven and earth cage. Back then, even he had suffered greatly. But this Sanguis actually shattered it so easily. It was classified according to the grades. This skull had definitely reached the 9th grade. That was the peak of the supreme divine art. It seemed that he could not underestimate it. "Go." With a wave of his hand, Sanguis swept Li Feng up and continued to flee. "You want to leave after injuring me?" The blood-red tiger attacked again with a ferocious aura. Boom. And at the same time, a powerful aura burst out from his body. Startled, Sanguis glanced at the source of the aura and realized that it was actually Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's cultivation had actually soared directly from 9 heavens great perfection to 9 heavens great perfection. "It seems to be the rising dragon spell," Li Feng murmured. The rising dragon spell was actually a small matter. What really made him panic was that Qin Feiyang had personally made a move. After all, even last time, Qin Feiyang had not really attacked him and Sanguis. He knew Qin Feiyang well. Once Qin Feiyang made a move, it meant that he was already angry. If it was anyone else, so be it. Who was afraid of who? But Qin Feiyang was different. Over the years, whenever Qin Feiyang was angry, the things he did were all earth-shattering. For example, ransacking all the city lord mansions in the north, brazenly destroying the treasure pavilion and forcing the chief pavilion master to bow his head. Another example was charging into the inland sea and snatching all the heaven-defying divine artifacts. Even destroying the Beast Emperor's physical body and soul. All these were enough to show that once Qin Feiyang was angry, he was a very frightening existence. Chapter 27:10. Boom. While Li Feng was panicking, Qin Feiyang used the heavenly dragon's 9 steps and walked toward them. "Let me see how strong your technique is." There was no fear in his expression. His long hair fluttered in the wind and his body was as straight as an iron pine. He was like a god of war. Whether it was his temperament or aura, everyone present was ashamed of themselves. "As you wish." Blood Spirit waved his hand and the supreme killing technique appeared again. The bloody skull carried a monstrous bloody light and charged toward Qin Feiyang. At the same time, Qin Feiyang took his 9th step. A huge heavenly dragon appeared in the sky, its dragon might shocking the surroundings as it pounced towards the skull. Boom. The two met in an instant. The heavenly dragon let out a wail and dissipated in the void. Poof. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth. Very powerful indeed. Qin Feiyang whispered. "Humph. If it wasn't for Li Feng, I would have killed you long ago." Blood Spirit snorted. "Kill me." Qin Feiyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. "You're quite arrogant. Let's see how long you can pretend to be calm." Blood Spirit snorted and the skull continued to charge toward Qin Feiyang. The sky and earth were dyed red by the bloody light. A terrifying aura shrouded the surroundings. If it was another great perfection 9th heaven realm cultivator, they might really die under the skull. But was Qin Feiyang the same? One had to know. The deity techniques he had mastered were all sovereign-level deity techniques. Moreover, and the super-powerful 3,000 incarnations. Once the 3,000 incarnations were activated, who under the eternal realm could compete with him? Therefore, even though Qin Feiyang was injured, the madman, white-eyed wolf, Beast Emperor, Wang Ming, and Yang Li were not worried at all. Qin Feiyang was invincible under the eternal realm. Clang. Qin Feiyang looked up at the skull and waved his hand. Flaming sword shadows appeared. Guiyuan sword technique. The number of Guiyuan sword techniques was determined by one's cultivation. A battle the arch could summon 50 sword shadows. War god, 60 sword shadows. Sir god, 70 sword shadows. Absolute god, 80 sword shadows. 9 heavens realm, 90 sword shadows. Now, Qin Feiyang was at the 9th heaven realm, so he could naturally summon 90 sword shadows. Every single sword image was comparable to an exalted grade divine art, and they emanated a sharp glow that seemed capable of destroying the world. Is there any use in numbers? Sanguis sneered. You'll find out later whether it's useful or not. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Clang. As his voice fell, 90 sword shadows immediately slashed toward the skull. Crack. Rumble. The two continued to collide. Destructive waves of air rolled out in all directions. The space here seemed to have turned into chaos, and it was like the scene of the beginning of the world. The sword shadow was shattering. The skull was also cracking. As the last sword shadow shattered, the skull also shattered into pieces. Sanguis was surprised. I didn't expect young master to have mastered such a powerful exalted grade killing technique. Yang Li exclaimed. You're surprised? If I let you know that this Guiyuan sword technique was just a weak battle technique in the past, wouldn't your jaw drop? White-eyed Wolf said. What? Guiyuan sword technique was just a battle technique in the past? Yang Li was stunned. Yes. White-eyed Wolf smiled proudly and said, Little Qin Zi improved it step by step. How is it? He's powerful, right? Yes. Yang Li nodded. Under normal circumstances, as long as one broke through to the battle the arch level, they would abandon their previous battle techniques and directly look for exalted grade divine arts. Because after breaking through to the battle the arch level, the battle techniques were like little chicks, without any lethality. Just like him. In the past, he had also mastered many perfect battle techniques. But when he broke through to the battle the arch level, he gave up these perfect battle techniques and looked for exalted grade divine arts. And as far as he knew, there were almost no people who kept their battle techniques. First of all, as mentioned before, the battle techniques had no lethality. Secondly, it was impossible to upgrade a battle technique to exalted grade divine arts without heaven-defying comprehension. Even if one could do it, it would only be a low-tier exalted grade divine art. Therefore, it was better to directly look for a high-tier exalted grade divine art, a perfect grade divine art, or even a peak grade divine art. This way, it wouldn't be so troublesome. However, this Qin Feiyang had actually forcefully raised a battle art to the level of a supreme deity cultivation technique. How did he do it? This comprehension ability was also too terrifying, right? Haha, it's just SOSO. Sanguis was also a little surprised at first, but he soon recovered from his shock. After letting out a hearty laugh, he continued to charge towards Qin Feiyang with the shattered skull. Although it was broken into pieces, its power was still extremely strong. It's just SOSO, Qin Feiyang murmured and shook his head, to think that you're a peerless almighty 100 million years ago. What? His a peerless almighty 100 million years ago? The blood-red giant tiger and a group of beasts looked at Sanguis in shock. They never thought that he would be such a terrifying figure. What do you mean by that? Sanguis was stunned and puzzled. What I mean is, after living for so many years, don't you understand a principle? There's always someone better than you. You can't underestimate anyone. As soon as Qin Feiyang finished speaking, his divine power surged out. 90 sword shadows appeared once again, their sharpness toppling mountains and overturning seas. There's always someone better than you. Of course, I understand this principle. But can you do it? Sanguis laughed and formed another blood-red skull. He said ferociously, I didn't want to kill you, but you're too insensible. Now, I'll send you to hell and let Li Feng see who's the real expert. Sanguis waved his hand and the skull immediately attacked Qin Feiyang. And from the skull, one could faintly hear the laughter of a malicious spirit. Qin Feiyang looked at him coldly and suddenly said 4 words. 9 become 1, clang. At that moment, the 90 sword shadows immediately flew towards each other and quickly merged together. In just an instant, all the sword shadows disappeared and were replaced by a sword shadow that was 10,000 zhong long. At that moment, Flames surged and waves of fire surged. The sword shadow that was 10,000 zhong long reached the ground and the sky. It was like a divine sword that could split the heavens and exuded a destructive power. That's right. This was a peerless killing technique that he created based on the Guiyuan sword technique. 9 become 1. In other words, all the sword shadows merged together to become one sword shadow. After the fusion, the power would naturally increase exponentially. The current power had almost exceeded the limit of a 9th grade supreme deity technique. Clang. With a deafening sound, the sword shadow slashed at the skull. Rumble. The blood-colored skull only lasted for 2 breaths of time before it was crushed by the sword shadow with a crack. This, Sanguis was dumbfounded. Li Feng was also dumbfounded. The Crimson Tiger and the 200+ ferocious beasts were also dumbfounded. Wasn't this a little too strong? This is the strength that you thought you were infallible. It turns out to be so weak. Qin Feiyang looked at Sanguis indifferently. His tone was cold and full of contempt. Sanguis could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Qin Feiyang looked at Li Feng and shook his head. Now do you understand what kind of person you are following? Li Feng was silent. Kid, be more careful. This 9 become 1 was just created by little Qin Zi. A newly created deity technique can crush Sanguis. Even an idiot would know that they are not on the same level. White-eyed Wolf shook his head. What? Newly created? Li Feng's body trembled. Sanguis was also in disbelief. To create such a terrifying killing technique? How terrifying was this person's talent and comprehension? Chapter 27:11. Qin Feiyang looked at Sanguis and said indifferently, "You should have more tricks up your sleeves." Of course. Sanguis nodded, his tone carried a kind of arrogance that disdained everything in the world. It's just a spirit form, how strong can it be? I'm not in the mood to continue fooling around with you. When we leave China, I'll have a good fight with your original body if there's a chance. Remember, don't let me down. With that, Qin Feiyang directly activated the 3,000 clones. Beast Emperor and Wang Ming's eyes were burning with passion. This was Qin Feiyang's strongest trick. To be honest, even they wanted to take it for themselves. With these 3,000 clones, given their cultivation and strength, even if they fought the 10 ancestral dragons head-on, they could kill them in second. They really couldn't figure it out. Why did Qin Feiyang have so many terrifying godly arts? Wasn't Qin Feiyang from the lower realm? In their eyes, the Forgotten Continent and Great Qin Empire were lower realms. How could a mere lower realm possess such heaven-defying deity techniques? Actually, when Qin Feiyang obtained the 3,000 clones, he didn't realize how terrifying they were. He just felt that they were very powerful. At that time, he saw that Zhuge Mingyang was pretty good at using them, so he snatched them from Zhuge Mingyang. At first, he could summon 1 clone and dozens of clones. He always felt that the 3,000 clones should be a kind of ordinary auxiliary godly art. He had never really studied it. But as his cultivation increased, and as he understood the 3,000 clones, he gradually realized that the 3,000 clones could be comparable to a godly art. No. In some ways, the 3,000 clones were even more powerful than a godly art. In the past, the 6-word godly art was his trump card. But now, the 3,000 clones were his strongest trump card. In short, once the 3,000 clones were activated, they could definitely create an impossible miracle on the battlefield. 9-9-1. Once the 3,000 clones appeared, they also activated the Guiyuan sword technique. 3,000 sword shadows that were tens of thousands of meters long hovered in the sky. Their sharpness was pitilessly terrifying, and they shattered the void and the earth within a million miles. Just the might of the 3,000 sword shadows was enough to create a doomsday-like scene. It was hard to imagine what would happen if he was struck by the 3,000 sword shadows. And at this moment, whether it was the Beast Emperor, Xueling, Li Feng, or the Crimson Giant Tiger, all of them couldn't help but tremble. This was fear. The 3,000 incarnations and the 3,000 sword shadows were like an army of the Grim Reaper. Li Feng, help me. Sanguis shouted in panic. If it was outside, he wouldn't be afraid. With his strength, Even if he was only in his soul form, he could still kill Qin Feiyang in an instant. But it was different here. Even if you are at the Great Perfection Imperishable stage, you can only suppress it to the Great Perfection Nine Heavens stage. Facing Qin Feiyang, who was invincible under the undead realm, there was simply no need to struggle. All he needed to do was stand there and wait for death. Hearing Sanguise's cry for help, Li Feng suddenly quivered. He quickly stood in front of Sanguise and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Qin Dage, you can't kill him." Before Qin Feiyang could speak, the Beast Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Feng gloomily, saying, "I'll kindly advise you to stay away from here. It's none of your business." Li Feng glared at the Beast Emperor, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "This is the last thing I'm begging you. Let us go, and we won't disturb you anymore. Why are you so protective of him?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Li Feng pondered for a moment and said, "Because he's my master." "Master?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. This answer was somewhat unexpected. "You actually acknowledged him as your master? Kid, do you know his identity? His methods? Wake up. It's impossible for him to help you without any ulterior motives." The Beast Emperor shouted. "Do I know what he's after? But I don't care. As long as I can quickly become stronger, as long as I can destroy the dragons, I'm willing to do anything," Li Feng said. "Then what is he after?" Qin Feiyang asked. "I can't say, this is my agreement with him." Li Feng shook his head. Frenzy shouted impatiently, "How troublesome, just kill them all." Hearing this, Li Feng's body trembled slightly. If Qin Feiyang really wanted to kill him, he had no room to fight back. Plop. Suddenly, Li Feng knelt in the air, looking at Qin Feiyang and said, "Qin Dage, I beg you, please let us go." Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at Li Feng, the disappointment in his eyes growing stronger. Perhaps he shouldn't have helped this kid. If Li Feng had died with the people of Cloud Mountain Village back then, it might have been a good thing. Who? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and turned to look at the Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor pondered for a while and shook his head. "He's just a wisp of divine soul now, it's meaningless to kill him. Forget it, let them go." "Thank you." Li Feng thanked him profusely. The Beast Emperor looked at Li Feng, then at Sanguise, and said with a ferocious expression, "But remember this, when we return to Divine Land, I will definitely find you and tear you into pieces." "Return to Divine Land," Sanguise murmured and laughed. "I'm afraid that will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Just you wait and see." The Beast Emperor smiled coldly. "Let's go." With a wave of his hand, Sanguise took Li Feng and flew away without looking back. Sigh. What a pity. Looking at Li Feng's back, Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully. Then, with a thought, the 3,000 clones disappeared into thin air. The 3,000 sword shadows also disappeared. The white-eyed wolf said, "Little Qin Zi, you actually care about him. Otherwise, with your personality, you wouldn't hesitate at all." Qin Feiyang remained silent. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. He couldn't bear to kill Li Feng. The entire Cloud Mountain village was left with only one son. If he killed him, the Cloud Mountain village's bloodline would be completely cut off. And all of this was because of the dragons. If the dragons didn't massacre the Cloud Mountain village, how would Li Feng become like this? In fact, in the end, Li Feng's goal was the same as his, to eliminate the dragons. However, Li Feng's method was more extreme. Let's wait and see. The current Li Feng hadn't completely demonized yet. Because at least he kept his promise and wouldn't hurt the beasts in hell. If the day came when he demonized, he would personally end Li Feng's life. "Who are you? How dare you impersonate Qin Feiyang?" Suddenly, there was an angry roar. The blood-red giant tiger was staring at Qin Feiyang with an unfriendly gaze. But it didn't dare to attack. Impersonate? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The real one was standing here. How did it become an impersonation? You said just now that they are the people that Lord King Yu wants to kill. But now, you're letting them go. Doesn't this prove that you're lying to me? Since you're lying to me, if you're not an impersonator, then what are you? The blood-red giant tiger said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This explanation was quite reasonable. Wang Ming said, "You blind guy, didn't you hear Li Feng call him Qin Dage just now? Calling him Qin Dage, does that prove that he's Qin Feiyang? Ridiculous. You're very strong, but don't forget that this is hell. You'd better follow me to the ancient city obediently and wait for Lord King Yu's punishment." The blood-red giant tiger said. Hearing those words, Qin Feiyang and the others all had a helpless expression. The white-eyed wolf said, "Little Qin Zi, why don't you prove it?" "How? Before we left, Lord King Yu didn't give us anything like a token," Qin Feiyang said. The Beast Emperor and the others couldn't help frowning. Looking at the blood-red giant tiger's attitude, it wouldn't let them go easily if they didn't prove it. If they insisted on leaving, the blood-red giant tiger definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. But then, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. Therefore, they really had to clarify this matter. Besides, the blood-red giant tiger did this to protect Qin Feiyang's reputation. After all, if someone impersonated him, it would damage Qin Feiyang's image and reputation. Therefore, the blood-red giant tiger also had good intentions. If they hurt it because of this, wouldn't it seem that they were cruel and unscrupulous? "I know a way to prove your identity." The blood-red giant tiger looked at Qin Feiyang and said. "What way?" Qin Feiyang said. "Although I haven't seen Qin Feiyang and don't know what Qin Feiyang looks like, I've heard rumors about him. He has activated a heaven-defying battle soul, the Eye of Heaven. If you're really Qin Feiyang, then activate the Eye of Heaven and show me." The blood-red giant tiger said. "Eye of Heaven?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said with a smile, "You should have said so earlier." After saying that, he activated the dragon soul and the Eye of Heaven appeared. The blood-red giant tiger looked at the eye between the dragon soul's eyebrows and suddenly released divine power, and a blood moon appeared. The blood-red giant tiger said, "Copy it and see." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "What a cautious guy." Then, he followed the tiger's words and copied the blood moon. "It's indeed the Eye of Heaven." The blood-red giant tiger's eyes trembled and hurriedly knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Lord." "There's no problem now, right?" Qin Feiyang asked. No. A battle soul like the Eye of Heaven is one of a kind. So there's definitely no problem with your identity. If I offended you earlier, please forgive me, my lord." The blood-red giant tiger panicked. "It's fine. You're also protecting my reputation. I should thank you. Get up quickly." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Thank me?" The blood-red giant tiger was stunned. It stood up and looked up and down at Qin Feiyang. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "As the rumors say, you're a very special human." The blood-red giant tiger said. "Ha." Qin Feiyang laughed and said, "All right, I still have to go to the Forest of Gods and Demons. I won't stay any longer." "Forest of Gods and Demons?" The blood-red giant tiger was stunned and asked, "Does that mean you're already planning to leave hell?" "Not yet. I'm just going to the Forest of Gods and Demons to try my luck and see if I can comprehend a type of law." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Then you have to be careful. The Forest of Gods and Demons is very dangerous. I used to have a few companions. After entering the Forest of Gods and Demons, they never returned." The blood-red giant tiger said with a hint of melancholy. "Thank you. I'll be careful. If you have time, tell the other ferocious beasts what I look like and let them spread the news. Otherwise, I'll have to prove myself again." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. The blood-red giant tiger smiled embarrassedly and nodded. "All right. We'll meet again if fate allows." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and gestured for Wang Ming to leave. With a wave of his hand, Wang Ming swept everyone up and disappeared at lightning speed. "Did you hear that?" Immediately spread Qin Feiyang's appearance for this emperor. "Also, tell them to be more observant so that they don't accidentally injure Qin Feiyang." The blood-red giant tiger retracted its gaze and shouted at the beasts around it. "Yes." The herd of beasts immediately dispersed and rushed in all directions. Chapter 27:12. Day by day, year by year, passed. Although there would be some troubles along the way, with the strength of Qin Feiyang and the rest, they could easily solve it. One day, A vast forest entered their sight. The forest was endless, the mountains were undulating, and the ancient trees towered into the sky. As for those ancient trees, they were unimaginably thick and solid. Every single one of them required several people to surround. In fact, some ancient trees required dozens of people to surround. The vines in the forest were like giant pythons, entangling everywhere, filled with a strong aura. However, there was no aura of beasts in the mountain, only dead silence. This kind of dead silence made one a little scared. Swish! Qin Feiyang and his group stopped outside, covered in dust. They curiously sized up the forest. This was the divine demon forest. On the surface, other than the atmosphere being a little strange, there didn't seem to be any danger. This divine demon forest can't be looked at with ordinary eyes, the Beast Emperor said in a deep voice. Among the group, he was undoubtedly the most qualified to speak. Because this wasn't his first time here. Then what kind of danger is there in this forest? Frenzy was curious. Any kind of danger might exist. In short, if you want to go in, you must be fully prepared. The Beast Emperor said. Isn't that the same as not saying anything? Frenzy was speechless. To be honest, although I have been to hell so many times, I have never gone deep into the divine demon forest. The Beast Emperor shook his head. Then how do you know that any kind of danger might exist? Frenzy asked. Of course I know. Although I haven't gone deep into the divine demon forest, I have entered it before. That was when the hell of the underworld first opened. At that time, Long Zun, Yi Zhong, this emperor, Long Zun, various ancestral dragons, as well as countless dragons. It was our first time here and we didn't know the situation in the divine demon forest, so we barged in without any worries. But guess what happened in the end? In the end, it was Long Zun who activated the space-time law and brought us out. Otherwise, the entire dragon clan would have been wiped out that time. The Beast Emperor said in a deep voice. What? Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. This seemed a little too outrageous. What dangers did you encounter when you entered the mythical forest? Madman asked curiously. Behemoth, illusion. The Beast Emperor said. Behemoth? Illusion? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Don't underestimate the illusions here. The illusions here are many times more powerful than the illusions we encountered in Fallen Valley. No matter how strong a person's temperament is, it will still be difficult for them to escape. The most important thing is, normal illusions only confuse the mind and won't cause any harm to the body. However, not only can the illusions here confuse your mind, they can also pose a fatal threat to your body. For example, if you are injured in the illusion, you will also be injured. If you die in the illusion, then you will really die. Back then, I almost died in an illusion. The Beast Emperor said. That's a little scary, Qin Feiyang and the others mumbled. Back then, after Long Zun led everyone out of the mythical forest, he made a conclusion. Everyone has encountered an illusion, but every illusion is different. We guessed that this should be a test of one's mind. The Beast Emperor said. I see. Qin Feiyang was enlightened and asked, what about the behemoths? The Beast Emperor scanned the forest in front of him and said, the behemoths are naturally the ferocious beasts in the mythical forest. There are ferocious beasts here? Qin Feiyang was stunned. It looked so calm. There shouldn't be any ferocious beasts here. Of course there are. Furthermore, the ferocious beasts here are extremely powerful. The most terrifying thing is that each of them has a supreme divine artifact and a divine art. The Beast Emperor said. So powerful? Then why don't we sense the aura of the ferocious beasts? Wang Ming was suspicious. Because the mythical forest is a domain. Although it looks like there is nothing around the mythical forest, there is actually an invisible domain. This domain covers the entire mythical forest and can seal off all auras. Only when you step into the mythical forest will you truly realize how terrifying it is. The Beast Emperor said. Domain. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other and scanned the sky above the mythical forest. Indeed, they didn't see anything. I'll go take a look. Yang Li said and flew forward. Don't go. The Beast Emperor immediately shouted. Chem. Yang Li was instantly shocked and stopped in his tracks to look at the Beast Emperor suspiciously. Don't be rash. The Beast Emperor glared at Yang Li and said in a deep voice, once you enter the mythical forest, there is no way out. What? Yang Li's gaze trembled as he looked at the mythical forest in shock. One could only enter and not exit. It is easy to enter this domain, but one has to go through many dangers to exit from the other side. Which is the mythical square. In other words, the exit of the mythical forest is the mythical square. The Beast Emperor said. Wang Ming looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Young master, are we going in now or? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and scanned the surroundings with a frown. Why can't I see anyone? That's right. Didn't we release the news long ago? Logically speaking, there should be people rushing to the mythical forest. Lunatic slapped his head and looked around suspiciously. How can they be faster than us? Wang Ming shook his head. That's right. We activated the supreme level auxiliary divine art the entire time. As for the others, they're either weak or don't have supreme level auxiliary divine arts. Even if they do, they wouldn't dare to activate it. That's because activating the supreme level auxiliary divine art consumes too much divine power. Besides, just because there isn't one here doesn't mean there isn't one elsewhere. After all, the mythical forest is so huge. They could be in another direction. Yang Li said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the Beast Emperor trio with a smile. It must be tough for you guys to travel for the past 10-odd years. You should rest first. Okay. The three of them nodded. They looked around and found a secluded valley not far away on the left. Inside the valley, there was a pack of blood wolves at the Nine Heavens realm. However, when Qin Feiyang and the others landed in the valley, the pack of blood wolves immediately ran away. We'll rest here for the time being, Qin Feiyang said. Everyone nodded. Wang Ming and Yang Li sat cross-legged on the ground and threw divine power pills into their mouths. Then, they took out a bunch of divine crystals to refine and absorb. That way, they would recover faster. As for Qin Feiyang, Lunatic and White-Eyed Wolf, they didn't do anything along the way, so they naturally didn't need to rest. Old man. Lunatic suddenly looked at the Beast Emperor and said, Didn't you say that the beasts in the mythical forest all have supreme-level divine weapons and divine arts? Yes. The Beast Emperor nodded. Since there are supreme-level divine weapons and divine arts, does that mean there are heaven-defying divine weapons and divine arts as well? Lunatic asked. Logically speaking, there should be. But I don't know if there are any. The Beast Emperor thought for a moment. Lunatic chuckled. This mythical forest is really something to look forward to. Look forward to? The Beast Emperor's mouth twitched. I won't see you if you want to go in, but you can't force me to go in. Look at how timid you are. Lunatic looked down on him. Say what you want. In any case, I didn't plan to go in from the beginning. After you enter the mythical forest, I'll go directly to the mythical square to wait for you. The Beast Emperor said indifferently. Lunatic raised his middle finger. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Beast Emperor. It seemed that the mythical forest wasn't a good place. Otherwise, the Beast Emperor wouldn't be so afraid. Qin Feiyang asked, Where's the safe path? Over there. The Beast Emperor pointed to the mountains on the right and said, It's not far from us. We'll be there in an hour. Safe path. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and frowned. Do you think the ancestral dragons might be waiting for us at the safe path? The Beast Emperor paused for a moment and nodded. Well, it might be possible. The 7 ancestral dragons definitely wouldn't let it go. The best way to kill Qin Feiyang was to ambush them at the entrance of the safe path. This way, they would be able to kill them before they could react. Qin Feiyang said, Go and rest. Take us to the safe path later. Okay. The Beast Emperor nodded and sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to rest. Qin Feiyang left the valley and stood at the peak of a giant mountain, looking at the mythical forest. What are you looking at? Lunatic and White-Eyed Wolf flew to the peak and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. I'm wondering if the mythical forest is suppressing something like the Fallen Valley? Qin Feiyang said. Suppressing something? Lunatic and White-Eyed Wolf were taken aback. Otherwise, why would there be an invisible domain here? And we can only enter and not leave. Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the two of them became excited. If it was suppressing something, it must be a heaven-defying divine item like the Blood Demon Tower. White-Eyed Wolf, before you entered the Nether King's hell, didn't you say that you had to come? What is your reason? Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at White-Eyed Wolf and frowned. Yes. I'm here for the Blood Demon Tower. What about you? Lunatic also looked at White-Eyed Wolf in confusion. It seemed that all these years, the ingrate had only been cultivating and cultivating. He had not done anything else. Hee. If I didn't say that, would you let me in? White-Eyed Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled slyly. You bastard. Qin Feiyang immediately sent a kick over. Why are you angry? Doesn't this prove that I was right to come here? If I didn't come to the Nether King's hell, would I have gone to the Nether King's ancient city? If I didn't go to the Nether King's ancient city, would I have broken through to the greater success stage so quickly? White-Eyed Wolf dodged to the side and picked his nose proudly. Qin Feiyang and Lunatic looked at each other speechlessly. Chapter 27:13. Speaking of which, I wonder how old Zhao and the others are doing now? What changes have there been to the time rules of the Black Tortoise realm? The White-Eyed Wolf said. Even though the castle was right beside Qin Feiyang, he couldn't even talk to them. They must be working harder to cultivate. So, we must not relax. Qin Feiyang said. En. The White-Eyed Wolf nodded. Qin Feiyang looked around again, then looked up at the sky and laughed. It seems that this Nether King's hell is not the third floor. What do you mean? The White-Eyed Wolf was taken aback. When I entered the passage, I heard the fire dragon's voice, so I thought this was the third floor. Qin Feiyang said. The fire dragon's voice? The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, now that you mention it, I remember that I heard the fire dragon's voice in the passage. It can't be. Qin Feiyang was surprised. That is to say, the appearance of the fire dragon was not an illusion? Could it be? Was this really the third floor? The madman looked at the two of them suspiciously and said, the fire dragon you guys are talking about, does it look like this? Finished. The madman waved his hand, and a huge fire dragon appeared. How do you know? Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf looked at the fire dragon and said in surprise. That's right. This was the fire dragon from the Divine Ruins. I also saw it in the passage. At that time, it ran out and ambushed me. At first, I thought it was some fierce beast, but when I absorbed the evil energy around me, I realized that it was a divine dragon. At that time, I thought that it was a dragon. The madman said. That bastard, why would he appear in the Hell King's passageway? I remember the fire python said before that it seemed to have gone to the third floor. Could this place really be the third level of the divine site? The White-Eyed Wolf also scanned his surroundings in bewilderment. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. His mind was in a mess. Right. Here, take this soul-anchoring divine pearl. Madman took out the soul-anchoring divine pearl, erased the blood contract and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He grabbed the soul-anchoring divine pearl and asked, you don't want to keep it? I have already left the ancient city of Qingyu. That old man doesn't even have the chance to possess me. What's the point of staying here? Madman waved his hand. Qin Feiyang dripped a drop of blood on the soul-settling divine pearl to recognize it as its master. He put away the soul-settling divine pearl and asked, have you ever wondered why he was so determined to possess you? Do you even need to ask? It must be because of my extraordinary talent. Madman laughed narcissistically. Shameless. The White-Eyed Wolf looked down on him. I am being serious. I feel that the reason why he wanted to possess you might be because you can absorb the special evil force of Fallen Valley. After all, there were so many people there. Why did he choose you? Qin Feiyang said. I think so too. Madman nodded. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, let me take a look at your souls again. I already said that there is no mark. What is there to see? Madman was speechless. It is better to be safe than sorry. There wasn't one before. What if there is suddenly one? If there is a mark, You won't be able to leave the Nether King's hell. That is why we have to confirm it. Qin Feiyang said. Madman was helpless. He sat on the ground and took off his shoes. He stretched out his feet and said, "Take a look." Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked. There was indeed no mark on his soles. How can he absorb the evil force? What a freak. Qin Feiyang muttered. Madman said as he put on his shoes, "You should say that to the white-eyed wolf." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang turned to look at the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf immediately said proudly, "There is no energy in the world that I can't absorb." Scram. Qin Feiyang glared at it fiercely. Time flew by. The next morning, Beast Emperor and the other two woke up. After a day and night of quiet cultivation, their essence, qi, and spirit had already recovered to their peak state. Immediately after, under Beast Emperor's lead, the group flew toward a safe path. An hour later, suddenly, one aura after another entered their senses. There is someone. Wang Ming was stunned. When they crossed a mountain, they immediately saw a plain in front of them. The plain was overgrown with weeds. In a certain area of the plains, there were about 100 people. They were gathered together, some were talking in low voices, while others were meditating with their eyes closed. Beast Emperor led Qin Feiyang and the others to a mountain ridge outside the plain and looked suspiciously at the people on the plain. They're all gathered here? Wang Ming was surprised. This is the entrance to the safe path. Look over there. Beast Emperor pointed at the forest of gods and demons as he spoke. Qin Feiyang and the others looked over and saw a 1-meter-wide bluestone path at the edge of the forest of gods and demons. The path wound straight into the depths of the forest of gods and demons. Why is there a path specially for people to walk on? The white-eyed wolf was astonished. This path already existed the first time the Hell of the Nether King opened. That's why we don't know who paved this path. Beast Emperor shook his head. It has to be the dragon god. After all, the Hell of the Nether King is his world. Madman said. It can't be the dragon god. How could the high and mighty dragon god do something so boring? I think it might be the Blood Demon clan. Beast Emperor said. Blood Demon clan? Madman was blank. Needless to say, this possibility was quite high. That's right. There are 2 more things I didn't tell you yesterday. You can't fly in the forest of gods and demons, so you can only walk through it. Also, there's a mysterious power in the forest of gods and demons. No matter what is destroyed, it will automatically return to its original state after an hour. Beast Emperor said. What? Automatically return to its original state? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other in dismay. That's right. It means that even if you destroy the entire forest of gods and demons, everything will return to its original state after an hour. Beast Emperor said. That's amazing. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the others looked at the forest of gods and demons in amazement. Beast Emperor then looked at the 100 or so people on the plain and said, "But why are they gathered here? Is there a problem with that?" Yang Li didn't understand. Of course there's a problem. Before entering hell, the dragons didn't disclose this safe route to the public. Neither did they disclose the situation in the forest of gods and demons to the public. Logically speaking, they should have entered the forest of gods and demons the moment they came here. But why are they still here now? It's as if they know that the forest of gods and demons is very dangerous. Beast Emperor said. Hearing Beast Emperor's words, there did seem to be a problem. Look. Suddenly, Wang Ming pointed to a spot not far from the crowd. There was a huge rock over there and a white-haired old man was sitting cross-legged under it. Yi Zhong. Yang Li was stunned. That's right. That white-haired old man was Yi Zhong, so he's the good guy. Beast Emperor mumbled. No, no. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What's wrong? Beast Emperor looked at him suspiciously. If these people know that the path is the safe route, why are they still here? Qin Feiyang said. That's right. Hell is so dangerous. If I were them and knew that there was a safe route to the square of gods and demons, I would definitely head there immediately. But these people are all gathered here. Therefore, we can basically conclude that they definitely don't know that the path is the safe route to the square of gods and demons. Lunatic said. Beast Emperor thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. He asked suspiciously, then why is Yi Zhong hiding it from them? I'm not sure. Qin Feiyang and Lunatic shook their heads. Also, I didn't see the ancestral dragons. Did they head directly to the square of gods and demons? Wang Ming was puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. When the ancestral dragons left, they were all murderous. It really doesn't make sense if they didn't ambush us here. It doesn't suit their personalities either. Yang Li mumbled. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Zhong and then at the 100 people. Let's observe the situation first. The group stood on the mountain ridge and did not make a move. In the blink of an eye, the day was over and evening fell. The evil moon rose and the world turned even darker red. Swoosh. At this moment, there was the sound of something tearing through the air. When Qin Feiyang and the others heard it, they immediately looked in the direction of the sound and saw more than 10 figures streaking through the air at lightning speed. The person in the lead was a young man in blood-red clothes. Although he looked like a young man, his aura was extremely strong. The dozen people behind him were also respectful to the young man. It's him. Blood Dragon, Ancestral Dragon. Wang Ming's pupils constricted. That's right. The young man in blood-red clothes was Blood Dragon, Ancestral Dragon, and the people behind the young man in blood-red clothes were all pure humans. Soon, the young man in blood-red clothes led those people and descended above the plain. The young man in blood-red clothes pointed at the plain and said, "You guys can rest here first." Yes. The dozen or so people responded respectfully and landed on the plains. The young man in blood-red clothes flew towards Yi Zhong. Let's go over and take a look. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he sent a voice transmission. How do we go over? Beast Emperor frowned. That's easy. Qin Feiyang smiled and activated the concealment spell. He led everyone directly into the sky above the plain and landed not far away from Yi Zhong and the young man in blood-red clothes. The young man in blood-red clothes asked, "Old man Yi, did anything unusual happen today?" "No." Yi Zhong opened his eyes and glanced at the young man in blood-red clothes. He responded indifferently and closed his eyes again. Seeing Yi Zhong's attitude, the young man in blood-red clothes couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, but didn't say anything. He sat cross-legged on the side and refined the evil power in his body. Soon, whoosh, there were a few more sounds of something tearing through the air. The woman in white and the other 6 ancestral dragons arrived at the plain one after another. And they brought back dozens of people with them. In addition to the original 100 people, there were about 300 people on the plain now. However, their cultivation levels were mixed. There were peerless gods, 9 heavens realm, and even godly lords. After giving some instructions to those people, the woman in white and the other ancestral dragons landed beside Yi Zhong and the young man in blood-red clothes. You're all back. The young man in blood-red clothes opened his eyes and looked at the 6 people. Yes. The 6 people nodded. Chapter 27:14. The blood-red clothed youth looked at the 300 people and frowned. This is far from enough. Yes. But it doesn't matter. We still have plenty of time. More and more people will come here in the future. The white-clothed woman said. The blood-red clothed youth nodded. He stood up and said, I heard another piece of news today. Is it about the inheritance of heaven-defying artifacts and the power of laws? The white-clothed woman asked. How did you know? The blood-red clothed youth was stunned. The white-clothed woman said in a deep voice, We also heard about it. How did you know? The blood-red clothed youth looked at the 6 people in shock. He said it. The white-clothed woman pointed at the people she had just brought back. She then looked at the blood-red clothed youth and asked, What about you? The blood-red clothed youth said, I also heard it from the people I brought back today. That's strange. Why did they all say that the divine demon forest has the inheritance of heaven-defying artifacts and the power of laws? The white-clothed woman frowned. There must be something wrong. When we go out tomorrow, we must find out about this. The blood-red clothed youth said in a deep voice. The white-clothed woman nodded and asked with a smile, How's the refining of the evil force? Don't mention it. The evil force in the Fallen Valley is too difficult to refine. The blood-red clothed youth sighed. When they left, there was no frenzied man's barrier. Naturally, a large amount of evil force invaded their bodies. They had been refining it all these years. But the effect was minimal. Fortunately, their cultivation was strong. Otherwise, they would have been eroded by the evil force. It's all because of those two bastards Li Bu and Frenzied Man, the Golden Dragon Ancestral Dragon said with resentment in his eyes. When Qin Feiyang and Frenzied Man were mentioned, their eyes flashed coldly. Yi Zhong, it's been so long. Shouldn't you be honest with us? What happened after we left the Fallen Valley? Is that disciple of yours dead or alive? If he's dead, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? The white-clothed woman looked at Yi Zhong and frowned. Yi Zhong really didn't tell them? Surprised, the Beast Emperor turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had expected this. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at Yi Zhong and the 7 ancestral dragons in silence. Even if I can't kill Li Bu, I can kill Qin Feiyang. After all, as long as he's not dead, he'll come to the divine devil forest sooner or later. As long as I can kill him, my efforts won't be in vain. Yi Zhong slowly opened his eyes and looked at the 7 ancestor dragons. When Qin Feiyang heard Yi Zhong's words, he revealed a look of understanding. He glanced at the 300 people and thought, so they gathered these people to deal with me. Just like that. Madman's face was full of disdain. Of course, this amount of people is nothing. But don't forget, there are millions of humans who have entered the Hell of Hades. Even if the survival rate is only 10%, there are still hundreds of thousands of people. If they gather all these people, it will be troublesome. The Beast Emperor transmitted his voice. What are you afraid of? We'll catch them all in one fell swoop. Madman said proudly. The Beast Emperor glanced at Madman and didn't say anything else. He continued to look at Yi Zhong and the 7 ancestral dragons. Humph. After hearing Yi Zhong's words, the blood-red youth snorted and said, in our eyes, Li Bu deserves to be killed more than Qin Feiyang. Then go and kill him. Why are you talking to me? Yi Zhong frowned. What's with your attitude? We're just asking you. We didn't do anything to you. The blood-red youth said angrily. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you. Don't bother me. After saying that, Yi Zhong closed his eyes again. Bastard. I've tolerated you for a long time. If you don't make it clear today, don't blame me for falling out with you. The blood-red youth was enraged. Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. The white-robed woman comforted the blood-red youth and walked to Yi Zhong's side and asked, Old man Yi, since you came here, you haven't said a word about Li Bu. Did he betray you? Hearing this, Yi Zhong couldn't help but clench his fists. Betrayal? If it was just betrayal, why would he be so heartbroken? Li Bu, this Li Bu was Qin Feiyang. However, he didn't dare to say the truth. He was afraid that Yi Cheng would be implicated and even more afraid that Yi Shui and the old man would be implicated. Because the ancestral dragons were prejudiced against him. If they knew about this, they would definitely use it as an excuse to make a fuss. Looking at Yi Zhong's expression, the white-robed woman sighed, it seems that I guessed correctly. I knew that Li Bu and Madman weren't good people. To think that you and Old Black took care of them. The blood-red youth said in disgust. Master, how long are you going to keep silent? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Yi Zhong's mind. Yi Zhong's gaze trembled, he immediately opened his eyes and scanned his surroundings. What's wrong with you? The 7 ancestral dragons looked at Yi Zhong in surprise. Yi Zhong remained silent. Master, I still want to enter the Divine Dragon Island. I'll have to rely on you. That voice sounded in Yi Zhong's mind again. Yi Zhong clenched his fists tightly. After a long time, he sighed and looked at the 7 ancestral dragons. It's not what you think. The 7 ancestral dragons were stunned. Yi Zhong shook his head and said, Li Bu didn't betray me. No. Then why are you? The 7 of them looked at him in confusion. It's because of Qin Feiyang. When we finished the treasure hunt, we were preparing to come to the Divine Devil Square together. But who would have thought that Qin Feiyang and the Blood Demon race were already lying in ambush outside Fallen Valley? We were caught off guard. Li Bu, frenzy, and the Beast Emperor were separated from me. Now, I don't know if they're dead or alive. Yi Zhong said. So that's how it is. The 7 of them suddenly understood. The blood-red youth said, then what do you think about our plan to deal with your disciple? You're all ancestral dragons, high and mighty. Can I influence your decision? Yi Zhong snorted coldly. At least you have some self-awareness. But don't worry, as long as he's willing to obediently hand over the divine item he got from Fallen Valley, we'll give you face and let him live. The blood-red youth said. Then I'll have to thank you. Yi Zhong looked at them and said coldly, then closed his eyes and went silent. But in his heart, he was mocking them. What a bunch of idiots. They thought that victory was in their hands, but they didn't know that Qin Feiyang was already eyeing them in the dark. The blood-red youth glanced at Yi Zhong, then at the blood-red woman and the others. Then hurry up and refine the evil force, we still have to go out and continue to look for people tomorrow. The 6 of them nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, then he turned and left with Frenzy and the others. Not far away. On a mountain peak. The Beast Emperor turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, why aren't you making a move? No hurry. Let's let them have some hope first. Plus, they've gathered everyone here, so we don't have to look for them ourselves. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The Beast Emperor looked deeply at Qin Feiyang and didn't say anything else. Qin Feiyang always had a plan when he did things. Since he did this, he definitely had his own plans. As the Beast Emperor, he had countless subordinates, so he naturally knew what a subordinate should do and shouldn't do. They just needed to follow orders and didn't need to ask about anything else. Early the next morning, the 7 ancestral dragons left the plains again. Seeing the 7 ancestral dragons leave, the 300 people on the plains hesitated for a moment before walking toward Yi Zhong. What's wrong? Yi Zhong opened his eyes and asked suspiciously when he sensed their auras. Grand Hall Master. Is it true that this divine demon forest has a heaven-defying divine artifact and the inheritance of the power of law? One of them asked. Yi Zhong was stunned and frowned. Where did you hear this from? The beasts of hell said it. We came to the divine demon forest because we heard this, but we didn't expect to meet you and the other ancestral dragons. Someone said. The beasts of hell? Yi Zhong was stunned. It was strange. Why would the beasts of hell tell humans this? Could it be, suddenly? Yi Zhong seemed to have thought of something as his eyes flashed. Looking at the 300 people, he said, there might be a heaven-defying divine artifact in the divine demon forest, but it is also very dangerous. What danger? Everyone was surprised. Let me put it this way. Even this old man can't walk out alive. Yi Zhong said. What? The group of people turned pale with fright. So listen to this old man, don't go to the divine demon forest. You guys stay here first, this old man has something to do. After Yi Zhong finished speaking, he rose into the sky and looked around before heading in a random direction. There really is a heaven-defying divine artifact, even if it's dangerous, it's worth a try. If you want to go, then go ahead. I won't go in anyway. That's because Chief Palace Master Yi Zhong said that there might be. There might be. What does that mean? There might be, there might not be. Besides, even Grand Hall Master Yi Zhong can't walk out alive, let alone us. Let's just give up. As soon as Yi Zhong left, the 300 people started talking. A moment later. So you were still hiding nearby. Yi Zhong appeared in the air above a mountain peak and lowered his head to look at Qin Feiyang and the others on the mountain peak. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked up at Yi Zhong with a smile. This disciple also guessed that you would definitely come looking for us. Yi Zhong landed on the mountain peak and looked at Beast Emperor, Madman, Wang Ming and Yang Li. All of you have changed your appearances. It seems that you are also afraid of being exposed. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Of course it's best if we don't expose ourselves. Yi Zhong snorted and asked, then which one of them is Venerable Beast? I am. Beast Emperor replied. Yi Zhong sized Beast Emperor up and shook his head. As expected, you still can't escape from his grasp. The Grand Venerable Beast of the Dragon Slayer Palace has actually been reduced to a young man's subordinate. How sad. Beast Emperor smiled bitterly. Was he mocking him? But even if he was, he couldn't refute it. Because it was the truth. He had already been reduced to Qin Feiyang's subordinate. Chapter 27:15. Wang Ming looked at Yi Zhong and frowned. Did you come to us just to humiliate venerable beast? As Qin Feiyang had said, they were all family now and had to unite against outsiders. They were bound together for good or ill. Humiliating Beast Emperor was the same as humiliating them. Yi Zhong glanced at Wang Ming, then at Qin Feiyang. Did you ask the blood demons to spread the news that there is a heaven-defying divine artifact and the power of inheritance in the forest of gods and demons? Master is indeed amazing. You guessed it right away. Qin Feiyang smiled. There's nothing amazing about that. To be able to do this in such a short period of time, only the blood demon race in the infernal King Hell has this ability. But I know the blood demons well. They wouldn't do something so senseless. So, there must be someone behind this. Apart from you, who else can get the blood demon race to help? Yi Zhong said. Your analysis is so clear and logical, as if you saw it with your own eyes. I'm really impressed. Qin Feiyang smiled. Don't call me master or disciple. You, Qin Feiyang, are such an amazing person. How dare I be your master? Just tell me, what's your purpose? Yi Zhong snorted coldly. I don't have a purpose. I just want to see if I can find those imperishable stage experts in seclusion. Qin Feiyang didn't hide anything. Why are you looking for them? Yi Zhong frowned. To unite everyone and fight the dragons together, of course. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're harming them, do you understand? Yi Zhong shouted. Harming them? Qin Feiyang was stunned. You already know how powerful the dragons are. And these supreme experts in seclusion don't want to be enemies with the dragons. But now, you're thinking of ways to make them your cannon fodder. If this isn't harming them, then what is? Yi Zhong said angrily. Cannon fodder? Do you think I'm a dragon? In the eyes of Qin Feiyang, there is no such thing as cannon fodder. There is only mutual respect and mutual support. We'll talk about it later. Do you think they can stay out of this by hiding? The wrath of the dragons will spread to the entire ancient realm sooner or later. At that time, no one will be spared. Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong frowned and said, aren't you being a bit alarmist? An alarmist? Master, you've been with the dragons for so long. Don't you know what they're like? Do you think they'll watch me and the dragon-slaying palace grow? Even if the ancestor said so. Ancestor has comprehended the laws of space and time. Sooner or later, he will catch up to revered dragon. To Long Zun, this is a great danger. But the ancestor also has a weakness. And this weakness is very fatal. I'm sure you're also aware of the ancestor's weakness. The ancestor is too benevolent and cares too much about those innocent people. Do you think the dragons will let go of this weakness when they're at their wits' end? Qin Feiyang said. Yi Zhong fell silent. When that time came, who knew what dehumanizing things Long Zun might do? Because, he indeed knew Long Zun's character. Long Zun had long been dissatisfied with humans. If it wasn't for the dragon god, humans would probably have been wiped out by the dragons long ago. So, instead of dying innocents, it's better to unite everyone as soon as possible. That way, even if the dragons ruthlessly kill us, we might not have a chance to fight back. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Beast Emperor and Wang Ming looked at each other. What foresight! This young man was indeed different from the rest. No wonder he had been able to survive until now, despite being hunted down by the dragons. Yi Zhong took a deep breath, looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked, what about you? Do you care about the creatures in the ancient world? I don't know. I only know that if I have no other choice, I'll kill them all without mercy. Qin Feiyang said. Then what's the difference between you and the dragons? Yi Zhong sneered. Difference? Qin Feiyang murmured, then looked at Yi Zhong with a faint smile. You'll find out one day. Hearing this, Yi Zhong couldn't help feeling puzzled. What did he mean? But next to him, the white-eyed wolf couldn't help frowning when he heard Qin Feiyang's words. This bastard, he was definitely thinking about something he shouldn't be thinking about again. Yi Zhong didn't know, But the white-eyed wolf knew that when the time came, given Qin Feiyang's personality, he would definitely sacrifice himself to revive everyone. Yi Zhong, to be honest, it's really not worth it to risk your life for the dragons. You have the strength and the brains. And after being together for so long, I know that you care a lot about humans. Since that's the case, why don't you do something meaningful for humans? Beast Emperor advised. It wasn't that he wanted to drag Yi Zhong down with him because he had been subdued by Qin Feiyang. He wasn't that despicable. It was because he had long wanted to persuade Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong's cultivation wasn't any weaker than his, and he had also comprehended the power of laws. If Yi Zhong could leave the Dragon Clan, whether it was to join the Dragon-Slaying Palace or to submit to Qin Feiyang, it would be of great help to the destruction of the Dragon Clan. It could be said that no one could compare to Yi Zhong's value. Whether it's worth it or not, I know in my heart. You don't have to worry about it. I only have one request. As Yi Zhong spoke, he turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang smiled. I can keep all this a secret, but the condition is that you have to let Yi Cheng go. Yi Zhong said. Let Yi Cheng go? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't expect that Yi Zhong would make such a condition. After all, Yi Cheng was willing. Even when he used the slave seal to control him, he was the one who suggested it. Therefore, it was impossible for him to let Yi Cheng go. This is my only condition. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death. There was a cold light in Yi Zhong's eyes. Okay. When we get back to Divine Land, I'll personally take Yi Cheng to you. Qin Feiyang nodded. I hope you can do as you say. With that, Yi Zhong turned to leave. But suddenly, he stopped and lowered his head in thought for a while, then said without looking back, Lunatic, be careful. Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon definitely won't let you off. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer and quickly disappeared into the mountains below. Won't let me off? Lunatic was slightly taken aback, then laughed cruelly. I won't let him off. That is indeed a problem. You beat up Black Dragon Ancestral Dragon in Fallen Valley back then. Even if Yi Zhong keeps his mouth shut about us, it'll be hard for him to get past the Ancestral Dragons. Beast Emperor was worried. Yes. Unless you hand over the heaven-defying divine weapon you obtained from Fallen Valley. Wang Ming nodded. Yang Li looked at Wang Ming and shook his head. Even if you hand over the heaven-defying divine weapon, the Ancestral Dragons probably won't let young Master and Lunatic off so easily. After all, what happened back then was a lifetime of humiliation for them. Then what should we do? Hearing this, Wang Ming frowned and felt that it made sense. How would I know? Yang Li was speechless. In his opinion, this was a dead end that could not be broken. It's actually not difficult. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Not difficult. Beast Emperor and the other two looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Don't forget. We weren't the only ones who beat them up back then. The young man was there too. As long as the young man is willing to step in, I don't think the Ancestral Dragons can do anything. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. We can look for that young man. The three of them slapped their heads. The young man's strength was unfathomable. Back then, when Long Zun personally descended on the Dragon God Hall, he did not do anything to the young man. What did that mean? It meant that the young man had means that even Long Zun was wary of. If he was willing to step in, all their problems would be solved. However, would the young man help them? On the plains. When Yi Zhong returned to the plains, he was stunned when he saw the people on the plains. There were originally more than 300 people. Now, only half of them were left. Where are the rest? Yi Zhong looked at the remaining 100 people and frowned. They all entered the divine demon forest. One of the burly men replied. What? Yi Zhong was stunned and said angrily, Didn't I tell them not to go? When they heard you say that the divine demon forest has a heaven-defying artifact and the inheritance of the law, they couldn't help but run in. No matter how I tried to persuade them, they wouldn't listen. The burly man shook his head. It's not that there is, it's possible. Back then, even I had to rely on Long Zun to come out alive. Now that they ran in, aren't they courting death? They really overestimate themselves. Yi Zhong's face was full of anger. It can't be. Everyone looked at each other. What kind of person was Yi Zhong? The Grand Hall Master of the Dragon God Hall. His cultivation was comparable to the ancestral dragons. Even such a terrifying existence had to rely on Long Zun to come out alive. It seemed that they had made the right choice not to follow those people into the forest. Otherwise, they would have lost their lives. In the evening, the 7 ancestral dragons returned with a group of people. There were about 500 people. In this way, there were a total of 650 people here. When they found out that half of them had barged into the divine demon forest, the 6 ancestral dragons were furious. Old Yi, what's wrong with you? You can't even watch over a few people? The young man in blood-red clothes glared at Yi Zhong angrily. Their legs are on their bodies. What can I do if they want to go in? Yi Zhong snorted and ignored them. He closed his eyes and meditated. This old thing. A cold light flashed in the young man's eyes. He looked at the woman in white and transmitted a message. Yi Zhong is unreliable. If we go out again, we need to leave someone here to keep an eye on him. Don't let this happen again. The woman in white and the other 5 nodded. They were also very angry. It took them a lot of effort to find these people. They were cannon fodder to deal with Li Biu and Qin Feiyang. Now that they had left, wouldn't it mean that they had wasted a day? Other than Lord Long Zun, there was no one else who could make Yi Zhong bow his head and obey orders. Lord Ancestral Dragon, can we enter the divine demon forest? Suddenly, those who had just arrived did not know what was going on and could not help but ask. No. If anyone dares to enter the divine demon forest without permission, don't blame me for being merciless. The ancestral dragons were furious. When they heard this, they became even angrier. They stared at the group of people with bone-piercing killing intent in their eyes. The group of people shrunk their necks and immediately became obedient.